थँक्यू सर. व्यासपीठावरील सर्व मान्यवरांचे मनपूर्वक स्वागत. सर्वप्रथम मी परिवहन व दळणवळण विभागाचे प्रमुख श्री देवरू सर यांना माननीय महानगर आयुक्त श्री SV श्रीनिवास सर यांचे स्वागत करण्याची विनंती करते. आता मी नगर व क्षेत्र नियोजन विभागाचे प्रमुख श्री देशपांडे सर यांना माननीय अतिरिक्त महानगर आयुक्त 1 डॉक्टर सोनिया सेठी मॅडम यांचे स्वागत करण्याची विनंती करते. आता मी परिवहन व दळणवळण विभागाचे प्रमुख श्री देवरू सर यांना माननीय अतिरिक्त महानगर आयुक्त 2 डॉक्टर KH गोविंदराज सर यांचे स्वागत करण्याची विनंती करते. मुंबई महानगर प्रदेश विकास प्राधिकरण हे मुंबई शहर व मुंबई महानगर क्षेत्रातील मेट्रो प्रकल्पासाठी अंमलबजावणी संस्था म्हणून कार्यरत आहे. प्राधिकरणाने मेट्रो लाईन 2 आणि 7 ची अंमलबजावणी हाती घेतली आहे. त्याचे काम लवकरच पूर्ण होऊन दोन्ही मेट्रो मार्ग प्रवाशांसाठी लवकरच खुले होणे अपेक्षित आहे. प्रवासी आणि नागरिकांमध्ये जागरूकता निर्माण करण्यासाठी तसेच मेट्रोचे फायदे विशद करण्यासाठी प्राधिकरणाने मुंबई इन ट्रान्झिट या विषयाला अनुसरून आजची ही कार्यशाळा आयोजित केली आहे. मुंबई महानगर प्रदेश विकास प्राधिकरणाच्या वतीने मी मुंबई इन ट्रान्झिट या कार्यशाळेमध्ये आपण सर्वांचे हार्दिक स्वागत करते. यानंतर कार्यशाळेचे प्रास्ताविक देण्यासाठी मी माननीय महानगर आयुक्त श्री SV श्रीनिवास सर यांना येथे आमंत्रित करते.
गुड मॉर्निंग अँड अ वॉर्म वेलकम टू ऑल ऑफ यू. सुरुवातीला आपण एकमेकाला वेलकम केलेले. आता MMRDच्या वतीने आय वुड लाईक टू वेलकम ऑल द स्टेक होल्डर्स, एस्पेशली पीपल अँड सिनियर ऑफिशियल्स फ्रॉम MCGM, BEST and M3 OCL, of course MMRD, and several other experts from the different sectors of the different projects of MMRD. The main purpose of this conference is as following, and the context setting is as following. We are implementing different projects of different levels of complexity, starting from a small underpass or a footpath, right up to biggest projects like multidisciplinary projects like metro. And as we implement, we thought it is necessary to take a small pause intellectually and एक मंथन करायचं असतो, थोडं करणे आवश्यक आहे. That will create synergies among different stakeholders, and also more than that, will come out with suggestions for way forward. So that is the purpose and that is the context. Having said that, it is important to mention that the projects should go on at full speed and full steam. And I am well aware for the last 6 to 8 months I have been here that everybody is working hard. Everybody is working hard, and a lot of cooperation from different stakeholders, especially MCGM and traffic police, etc. is important, and even sometimes railways. It is important for us, and that is happening. That is the purpose of this conference, as I said. And today's workshop is divided into a couple of sessions, and it is not 2 day long. It's actually effectively a half day, although there is a post-lunch session. The context is Mumbai is changing, and Mumbai is in transit. That is the title, Mumbai in transit. In fact, it may be not out of place to say it is Mumbai is in transition, and some people might call it Mumbai in transformation. So things are changing, and as we can see, all of us, maybe in a couple of years, in about 2 to 3 years maximum, a lot of things would have changed as far as infrastructure is concerned. At the same time, the world is also changing. The world is also changing, And we have a COVID scenario at the moment, and the issues are far too complex and far too uncertain. So it is necessary to have a look at the different scenarios that might unfold, because we don't know how long this thing will go on. It will recur or some other thing will come, right? So these such events are once in a millennium events, but they do occur. But sometimes they might leave long-lasting impacts. So it's imperative to actually keep that in context and apply in our models. We do have modeling that is happening. So when we do simulations or modeling, even those black swan events have to be accounted for. Now, since Honorable Minister is supposed to come as chief guest, so but he has expressed his humility. All of a sudden, morning he called me. He said he is not able to come for some emergency reasons. So he has expressed his best wishes for the conference. And Honorable Minister Sri Adityaji Thackeray sir is also coming, but he will be joining us at around 1:45. So we will go ahead with the conference. So I have requested our Principal Secretary Sri Bhushan Gagrani ji to give the opening address today. So he has graciously agreed to give the opening address and best wishes to the conference. So he will be speaking now after this. And one last point before I leave is that the coordination and synergies have to be almost on a daily basis, right? It has to be almost on a daily basis. So the importance and significance of senior officials becomes very crucial. So we do daily. We have started already daily resolution of issues, but these issues continue to be important till they are resolved. So I request all of you to just keep this in mind. And I would like to thank both the AMCs for coming, and also thank this department, TNC department, which was originally called Tea and Coffee Department about 20 years back. It is no longer so. They don't have time to have tea or coffee also. So in fact, I would like to thank them and welcome to the conference. Thank you.
धन्यवाद सर. आता यानंतर श्री भूषण गगरानी सर हे व्हिडिओ कॉन्फरन्सिंगद्वारे कार्यशाळेचे की नोट ॲड्रेस देतील. त्यांनी की नोट ॲड्रेसला सुरुवात करावी अशी मी त्यांना विनंती करते.
Good morning, people. Good morning to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Thank you. The Metropolitan Commissioner, MMRDA, my friend Mr. Srinivas, Sonia Sethi, Govind Raj, the entire TMC department and all officials of MMRDA, and the stakeholders, those who are participating in today's workshop. MMRDA, of course, has done a very commendable, laudable job over the years for entire MMR region and particularly for city of Mumbai. While we implement the policies and projects, it is always said that our policies and projects should be evidence-based to yield the maximum results, maximum positive results. However, during the implementation of any policy or project, our entire organization or the machinery, since the work is very daunting and overwhelming, becomes so busy that we don't get adequate time or breathing time to review, fine-tune and add value to whatever we are doing. So taking this kind of a pause, little bit of pause, to review what we are doing, what is our next juncture, and if at all some course correction is required at this point of time, how we can do that thing. And I am glad that MMRDA has thought on this issue and organized this workshop so that all the stakeholders, those who are participating today, we know that the administration of Mumbai is a little complicated because of multiplicity of agencies, and that is how MMRDA will have to play a big daddy role of coordinating as far as the transport and transit issues are concerned. Whether it's a Mumbai Mahaparalika, MCGM based, then other organizations like MIDC, SIDCO, those are also working on various metro projects, or their areas are also getting served by these metro and transit oriented projects, whether it's an airport, whether it's a civil society, whether it's an organization, transport export, there is MMRCL, there are so many organizations. So bring these organizations and stakeholders on a single platform and devised a common minimum program so that we will be able to serve the people of Mumbai and serve the people of MMR in a very qualitative, better manner. So this workshop, I am sure that will go a long way in order to fine-tune our thinking process and our execution process. It's a policy execution, whether it's a engineering execution, whether it's a financial execution, all sorts of things, all coordinates will be considered today in a very meaningful way. Today, our minister could not remain present, but he has graciously extended his best wishes to this workshop, and I'm sure that this workshop will help us in devising our policies. I wish all the best to MMRDA, to all the participants of this workshop, and let us transform Mumbai, transit Mumbai, as Srinivas has already said, that it is not an end what we are doing, it is just a means to the end, and our end is transformation and quality civil life to all Mumbaikars and all people, those who reside in MMR region. So thank you very much for inviting me to this workshop, and again I wish all the best to all the participants. Thank you.
धन्यवाद सर. यानंतर कार्यशाळेच्या विषयासंदर्भात आम्हास मार्गदर्शन करण्यासाठी मी माननीय अतिरिक्त महानगर आयुक्त 1 डॉक्टर सोनिया सेठी मॅडम यांना येथे आमंत्रित करते.
Respected Metropolitan Commissioner MMRDA, Srinivas sir, my colleague Govindraj, and all the esteemed members present here, colleagues, friends, and people from the government and other agencies. I think there's a slight change in the itinerary given to me. I thought I was going to do the concluding remarks. So this is just I think an introduction to, just setting the tone for the day's proceedings. Most of us, are eagerly waiting for the ROD of line 2A and 7. And a lot of people here present today, I can see, we have all worked together, diligently, day and night through pandemic to see, our efforts come to fruition. And in the last few months, under the guidance of our Honorable MC, our work has gathered even more speed, and I think we are very, very close to, seeing the fruits of our labor. But while we do that, I think the greater impact, on the society in general, in terms of how it's going to make the lives of people easier and how it's going to impact the whole mobility landscape of Mumbai is something that we today will deliberate upon, and also I think in the coming week or two, share on various platforms with the people at large as to how the efforts of MMRDA in creating this overall mobility plan, which comprises of our Maha Mumbai Metro project and other projects is kind of going to impact this whole region. And also specifically, I think since this workshop seminar is on the eve of the ROD of 2A7, how that in particular also will impact the society at large. So I actually want to take this opportunity to extend my appreciation to everyone present here who has worked on this project, and also wish, I think, the whole team my best wishes to see a big milestone to be achieved very soon. And we will be present here, during the whole day, interacting with all the various subgroups, etc. And I think towards the end of the day, we will be able to compile some of the findings, some of the kind of impact assessment, which I think we can then sort of document to share with the public at large. So once again, I thank you for this opportunity to give the opening remarks, and I'm part of all of you, part of the team, and I think it's indeed an honor and privilege to work with all of you on this plan. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
धन्यवाद मॅडम. यानंतर कार्यशाळेच्या विषयासंदर्भात आम्हास मार्गदर्शन करण्यासाठी आणि 2 शब्द बोलण्यासाठी मी माननीय अतिरिक्त महानगर आयुक्त 2 डॉक्टर के.एच. गोविंदराज सर यांना येथे आमंत्रित करते.
Respected Metropolitan Commissioner Shri Srinivas sir, my dear colleague Sonia Sethi, JMC Rahul Kardile, all the heads of the departments, all the officers of MMRDA who are present here, and officers from the police and other organizations who have come to attend this workshop. At the outset, let me extend a warm welcome to all of you. The city of Mumbai is on the verge of transition in the way that it travels. From local trains to metro, from two-wheelers to metro, from buses to metro, and from cars to metro is what we are going to see in the near future. As the MC sir and AMC have mentioned, we are close to the ROD of the 2 metro lines. It is about 20 kilometers. It is one of the biggest metro line which will be commissioned in the country. We all are hoping that it will happen very soon. If we go back by, say, 6 months, 6 to 7 months from today, and look at what status the lines were and where we have traveled in the last 6-7 months, it is a big sea of change. The way MC sir has led us from the front to basically see that no loose end is left, no issue is unresolved, and his meticulous guidance, meticulous follow-up has resulted in completion of the work which otherwise would have taken, at least I can say, since I am new to metro, I can definitely say that the speed with which this has happened is really mind-boggling. And each one of us present here have risen to the occasion, and we have strengthened the hands of MC in achieving this great task of completing the 2 metro lines and making them ready for commissioning. I feel it is a proud moment for MMRDA. Apart from the PPP line which is in operation since few years, this will be the first line which will be commissioned from the government sector. There was a feeling that MMRCL will be able to commission its line 3 much before us. So this is really a proud moment for all of us present here. Today's workshop will look at various aspects of how things will change in the near future once we commission this line. We have tried to integrate the land transport with metro by having multimodal integration at the stations. We have taken up construction of a large number of FOBs to facilitate pedestrian crossing over and reaching the metro stations. There is going to be an entirely pedestrian friendly and metro friendly atmosphere around the stations, so that people will feel very comfortable reaching the stations by walking and then reaching their destinations after alighting from the metro stations to the place of work or place of transaction that they have to go to. So I feel it is really a proud moment for all of us. I wish this workshop a grand success, and let us deliberate on issues which will be of great importance while the city of Mumbai is transiting. Thank you.
धन्यवाद सर. यानंतर आपण व्यासपीठावरील मान्यवरांचा मोमेंटो देऊन सन्मान करणार आहोत. मोमेंटो देण्यासाठी मी ट्रॅफिक इन्फ्राटेक मॅगझिनच्या मुख्य संपादक श्रीमती मंगला चंद्रन यांना ओके वोट ऑफ थँक्स. ओके. यानंतर आपल्याला मार्गदर्शन करण्यासाठी आलेल्या सर्व तज्ज्ञ मंडळींचा आणि मान्यवरांचा आभार प्रदर्शन करण्यासाठी मी माननीय अतिरिक्त महानगर आयुक्त 2 डॉक्टर के.एच. गोविंदराज सर यांना निमंत्रित करते. आपल्याला मार्गदर्शन करण्यासाठी आलेल्या मान्यवरांचे आभार प्रदर्शन करण्यासाठी मी परिवहन व दळणवळण विभागाचे प्रमुख श्री देवरू सर यांना येथे आमंत्रित करते.
Respected Metropolitan Commissioner Sir, Srinivas Sir, Additional Metropolitan Commissioner 1, Dr. Sonia Sethi, and Additional Metropolitan Commissioner 2, Shri H. Govindaraj Sir. So this workshop is being organized basically to, as MC Sir told, to synergize the various stakeholders and create awareness that such a facility being created. So we have panel discussions and a presentation by LASA after this session. So I sincerely thank Honorable Metropolitan Commissioner for guiding us, for organizing this workshop, and say a few words at this moment. And I also sincerely thank Additional Metropolitan Commissioner 1 to give the brief introduction about the workshop, and I also thank Shri Dr. Govindaraj Sir for giving the guidance and overview of the project. So I sincerely thank all of them, sir. Thank you.
धन्यवाद सर. यानंतर आपण व्यासपीठावरील मान्यवरांचा मोमेंटो देऊन सन्मान करणार आहोत. सर ओके सर. आता आपण चहा आणि नाश्त्यासाठी 15 मिनिटांची विश्रांती घेणार आहोत. चहा नाश्त्याची व्यवस्था बाहेरील बाजूस पोडियममध्ये केलेली आहे. तरी कृपया सर्वांनी त्याचा आस्वाद घ्यावा आणि पुढील सेशनसाठी 11:15 वाजता सभागृहात उपस्थित राहावे ही विनंती. प्राधिकरण हे मुंबई शहर व मुंबई महानगर क्षेत्रातील मेट्रो रेल प्रकल्पाची अंमलबजावणी करत आहे. हे सर्व प्रस्तावित मेट्रो मार्ग सुरू झाल्यानंतर मुंबई शहरातील नागरिकांच्या दैनंदिन जीवनशैलीमध्ये नक्कीच एक सकारात्मक बदल होण्याचे अपेक्षित आहे. या विषयावर सविस्तर चर्चा करण्यासाठी आत्ताचे रिअलायझिंग मेट्रो रेल पोटेन्शियल इन मुंबई हे पॅनल डिस्कशन सेशन आपण आयोजित केलेले आहे. याकरिता मी पॅनल डिस्कशनचे मॉडरेटर नगर व क्षेत्र नियोजन विभागाचे प्रमुख श्री शंकर देशपांडे सर यांना येथे बसण्याची विनंती करते. त्याचबरोबर पॅनल डिस्कशनसाठी पुढील तज्ज्ञ मंडळींचे स्वागत करण्याची विनंती करते. सर, प्रोफेसर के.व्ही. कृष्णराव सर, डेप्युटी डायरेक्टर फायनान्स अँड एक्सटर्नल अफेअर्स अँड प्रोफेसर ऑफ सिव्हिल इंजिनिअरिंग IIT बॉम्बे. वेलकम सर. Mr. Pramod Ahuja sir, Director Works, Metro PIU. Welcome sir. Mr. Pierre Massimo Maras sir, Operation Country Director, We Build. Welcome sir. Mr. Sudhir Badami sir, Independent Civil Law Structural and Transportation Professional. Welcome sir. आता मी श्री देवरू सर यांना, श्री शंकर देशपांडे सर यांना सॅपलिंग देऊन त्यांचे स्वागत करण्याची विनंती करते. स्वागत आणि धन्यवाद सर. आता मी श्री शंकर देशपांडे सर यांना सेशन सुरू करण्याची विनंती करते.
Thank you, Mmrda. Good morning, all. Welcome to the first panel discussion of today's workshop, Mumbai in Transit. It's captioned Realizing Metro Rail Potential in Mumbai. And the set of the tone of the workshop is set by address of Honorable MC, and Principal Secretary Urban Development has also addressed us in the morning. Additional Commissioner Sonia Sethi Madam and Additional Commissioner Govind Raj sir has also spoken about how we are realizing the Mumbai Metro in a very short time of last 6 months, highest progress been seen, the speed at which we have delivered, and the ROD is very soon. But before going to the panel experts and introduction of that, let me put the context in which the workshop is held and what are the expectations as told by Honorable Metropolitan Commissioner from this session. We all know that in 90s, 99, about 2000, the public transport share was about 85% of Mumbai's commuting. And that slowly started degrading, coming down, and it went about 80% in the next 20 years. And we saw that the quality of travel has degraded, and there was a huge need for having an alternative to suburban commuting. The buses were full, the inhuman conditions with which the suburban travel was happening alarmed Mumbai Metropolitan Regional Development Authority, and we thought of having a master plan, and a comprehensive transport study was taken into hand. And then we came out with a first master plan of Mumbai Metro. It was decent, about 150 kilometers master plan, and we thought of connecting various parts of Mumbai suburbans, the growth centers happening there. And along with that, the plan started evolving, and we are now about 337 kilometers of implementation, and the master plan is about 400 kilometers in making. The various metros, about 14 lines, are in various stages of completion, tendering, and DPR preparation. And the session which is following this session will also tell about numbers and figures about in detail. But what has happened up is in the last decade or so, Mumbai has undergone a lot of transformation. If we have seen the various infrastructure projects being implemented by MMRDA, and this metro has opened up and unlocked a lot of development potential outside the Mumbai city itself. And the Mumbai metropolitan region is now showing leaps and bounds of growth. With the unified DCR in place and the Mumbai Municipal Corporation having the new DCR in place and the new land use plan in the place, we have an opportunity for brownfield development as well as the greenfield development in Mumbai metropolitan region. If we have always been seeing that Mumbai is the capital of financial capital of India, and the growth comes from Mumbai metropolitan region, and the job opportunities are being created by Mumbai metropolitan region. When we are talking about all of these things, the quality of life somewhere was untouched subject, and the quality of life was directly linked to the quality of travel. And when we are addressing the quality of travel, and when we are taking that metro is going to provide a delightful travel experience, and my colleagues on the panel today will also elaborate in detail, we are definitely going to see Mumbai transforming itself and then becoming a vibrant economical growth center for the country in itself. So how do we do that? How do we reposition that? How do we take the advantages of Mumbai metro on the urban development around is all what we are going to talk in this today's plenary session. I have with me Professor K.V. Krishnarao, who is Deputy Director of Finance and External Affairs and Professor of Civil Engineering, IIT Bombay. He also is my guide, philosopher, and mentor in urban planning field. He is himself an doctorate in urban transportation planning and has a huge experience and has helped the government in various committees and represented the views of academic research along with his great transportation knowledge and expertise. We also have today eminent personalities in implementation of metro. I have my colleague Mr. Pramod Ahuja, who is Director Works, and he also IIT Roorkee graduate and postgraduate in rock mechanics. Also has helped MMRDA to implement very quickly, overcoming a lot of challenges, and I would request him to, when his turn comes, to talk about the challenges and overcomes what he has done. Then we have today representing an Italian construction giant company, WeBuild, Mr. Pier Massimo Maras. So welcome Maras to this session, India and Mumbai. And I would request you to also share your experience of implementing Mumbai Metro and how do you see globally how the things have transformed after the Mumbai Metro, after the implementation of Metro and especially Mumbai Metro. And we have Sudhir Badami, independent civil structural and transportation professional, again an IIT graduate in civil and structural engineering and a transportation analyst. And he has also representation various committees and as a champion of cause of pedestrians and city-centric activities along the pedestrian safety. So with this introduction, I would request Professor Krishnarao to have his first views on how does he feel that the implementation of Mumbai Metro will transform the Mumbai metropolitan region. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deshpande, for that opening remarks and also welcoming me as well as my fellow panelists. At the outset, I would like to thank MMRDA for having me here. In fact, when we talk about Mumbai Metro, I always go back to 2003 when I was involved in the preparation of the master plan. And that time, the master plan and today what we are doing, absolutely there is no relation. So that time we were only planning about 120, if I remember correctly, maybe 150. That is only confined to the Mumbai city. So the first master plan was prepared. And out of that, of course, you all know that Warsaw-Andheri-Ghatkopar line was given highest priority. That was built and it is operational. And in fact, one of the happiest things that I will say is we projected that line is going to handle about 5 lakh passengers per day during 2016 or so. But it has come very close to that. It was actually reaching that 5 lakhs and of course the COVID has come. Now when we compare with various other cities, the urban setting of Mumbai is completely different. It is linear, and we also have habit of using public transport. Mr. Deshpande just pointed out that once upon a time we used to proudly say 88%, that was the number, that share of trips by public transport. Of course, I'm only taking motorized trips, not bicycle and walk. Now from there, we have fallen to 75 when the CTS 2005 was done. And then in 2017, Lee Associates actually has found out that it has further fallen to about 67%. So now how do we actually go back to our well-known 88%? Of course, it appears that it is impossible, but even to go to 75%, we need to do all these 327 kilometers of metro network, which is actually under construction. Maybe many people may not believe when we say that 327 kilometers is going to come up very soon. And then we are waiting for these two lines on Western Express Highway and the Hisar to maybe Andheri, these two lines, 2 and 7, to be operational very soon. So when I talk about, I'll just take few minutes to actually bring out certain aspects which we need to little bit concentrate in order to make it more successful. People also, how we can actually enhance the ridership on these metro rail systems. First and foremost is, of course, the urban setting. And congratulations to MMRDA. They have actually prepared the master plan in a very scientific manner. So there were at least 2 comprehensive traffic transportation studies that were done. And everything that MMRDA has done is the result of whatever is recommended from those comprehensive traffic transportation studies. And that way we can confidently say it is very scientific. And when you look at the urban setting of Mumbai, we have actually a couple of great advantages. One is, of course, the density. So you need not actually look for create density, because people will always say that you do transit-oriented development, you densify, you do this, you do that, it's already there. And you are running lines covering those dense areas. And public transport is known to be very successful when you have high densities. And we have great densities comparable to the highest densities in the world like Tokyo. And also the linear pattern of the city. Now, linear pattern of the city made people to actually use public transport, and also it has also become a habit. That is also very important. And one more addition is the limited road length. So afterwards, I will be just telling you the Downs-Thompson's paradox, which is going to operate even in Mumbai city, how this limited road length is actually going to help us in actually improving the green transportation, that is metro system. Now, if you look at the other components, I will say, once you plan this metro system, when it is operating, how do we enhance, we might have projected that so much ridership will come. But immediately people will look at, when it is started operating, maybe out of attraction, people may travel. But once that attraction wanes out, it stabilizes, people may see not so great, but it will take time. Because people are not going to change, because at different life cycles of their households are at different life cycles, and they have their own requirements. It will take some time to actually transfer to metro and completely change their routines. So one example here is, for example, a family with a ward, they are dropping the child in the school, so they cannot immediately move to the metro. So these things do take time, but we need to do many more other things in order to get what we have projected. Every time the traffic demand projectors are criticized because they always overestimate all that. But the kind of assumptions they make, they are actually whatever I am talking about, those 3 important things. One is, of course, the service characteristics. Service characteristics, nothing is to be done, because in order to have great service characteristics only, we are going for the metro system. Metros are known for running at a very limited headway, a very small headway. Every 3 minutes there is a train. And absolutely there is high reliability. Reliability is fantastic every time they run. And they are also accessible even during late hours. You can run the trains if they are required. And only one thing that we need to worry about is the fare. Now, when we look at the fare, always people say, because you want to promote public transport, so thereby the fare has to be acceptable to the users. Now that means you need to put a fare where the demand gets maximized. That is our aim. You want to pull all the people from two-wheeler and cars to the metro. But having said that, I was also a consultant. I have reviewed all these metro DPRs. Now I was actually surprised to see that when I worked out based on demand maximization, whatever Maharashtra government has actually formulated the fare, which is called as Maharashtra government approved fare, is actually very close to demand maximization fare, which is actually acceptable to people. That's what we found out based on our review. So that is actually great. Then of course, if you leave it to the operator, because operator here is the MMRDA, so obviously they only are people oriented. It's not a private operator. So obviously they are going to use only this fare in order to maximize the demand. But if you operate through a private operator, obviously their aim would be always to maximize the revenue. And in fact, based on our own studies, we found out most of the transport systems, the elasticity is less than 1, okay, minus 0.5, for example, Warsaw, and there you got copper. Now what happens when you increase the fare, the revenue is going to increase. Okay, so if you leave it to the operators, their aim is to maximize the revenue. So, but here it is not that. Then that is the first aspect. The second aspect is the multimodalism. Now, if I look at what is this multimodalism, it's not just metro, there is last mile connectivity. And especially when you are actually opening partly in that 327 kilometers, you are only opening 20 kilometers. But how do you get that ridership? Then the last mile connectivity, integration of all the modes with metro is very, very important. That's what we call it as multimodalism. Now in that sense, even we have all the great system of building societies, even societies should run shuttle services at the last mile, at least at the residential end, and something needs to be done at the other end because these are part lines, they are not going to reach their destination, they have to use another mode. But even when the whole network comes, this multimodalism is very, very important. So in that, there is physical integration, there is operational integration, there is fare integration. So you can also have a unified fare. They can come by whatever mode they want, but they can use their transport card for everything. And that's what I'm talking about. And when we actually did some research for Pune, tell you that there is one line coming up by Tata's, Hinjewadi, they have taken a bid in Pune under BOT basis. So in fact, we worked for them. So then, because it is under BOT basis, they asked us, please tell us what are the determinants of the ridership. I found out that this multimodalism, if they actually implement, it is going to contribute to 20% of that ridership, whatever is forecasted. In order to realize that forecasted demand, 20% we should actually attribute to this multimodalism. Then the next aspect is, the third one is the land use. Now land use, we need not worry too much. Here in Mumbai, we also talk about transit-oriented development, but look at a line running along Western Express Highway. On both sides, there are huge densities. And are you going to create some more density by transit-oriented development? And what is to be done here is, you need to provide great access to all those developments that have happened, whether they are commercial, residential. So if you can actually, from the metro station, directly connected to all these big, big establishments, it's going to actually enhance the ridership like anything. That may be the minimum thing that we need to do. This also actually is going to contribute to another 20%. So 60% is because of the fact that you scientifically planned metro and you have done everything for it. But another 40% out of that 20% is because of multimodalism, integration, last mile connectivity. And another 20% is because of the land use development within station area and around the station area. Now here I would like to give the example of two extreme examples. One is Japan, Tokyo. In Tokyo, wherever there is an interchange station, so there will be a 20-25 storied building about and then each floor is dedicated for some kind of specialty, maybe restaurants, maybe departmental, maybe some vegetables. The two members of the family, they actually meet at that interchange station. They actually do all the purchases for that day and then go to home. So this is what I have actually literally seen this. And then people also, if they don't want to cook at home, there is a restaurant floor. They go to the restaurant floor. They actually dine there and go out. So that is working fantastically in Tokyo. But whereas, take the example of Washington. So in Washington, the metro stations are just metro stations. That means the people go only to board a metro and they alight from metro. There is nothing else, no other place making there in those stations. So because of that, you can also Google it and find out which is the loss-making metro. Washington is the greatest loss-making metro. But whereas the Tokyo metro is more or less actually bringing out all the operational costs, it is also giving back some money to meet the capital investment. So that is what is very important. Now finally, I would like to close it by talking about this Downes-Thompson's paradox. Now it is very important. And anyway, Mumbai is very well placed because it is a linear city, you have a limited road length. So this Downes-Thompson's paradox says that the equilibrium speed of the car, that means I am using the road network, that speed is actually determined by the public transport, equivalent public transport travel time. So what exactly it means is, suppose if the public transport travel time worsens, then more and more people are going to use car till that travel time is equal to that public transport. So this is what is Downs-Thompson's paradox. Why it is called paradox is, if you improve the road network, congestion is not going to go, congestion is going to remain same, okay, because you have not improved the public transport, more and more cars will come from public transport, people will shift, and again same story will repeat. So there is no point in improving. So what is to be done? Now Mallikarjun is here. He says that once the entire 357 kilometers of metro network is implemented, then the speeds on the road network are going to improve to 40 kilometers per hour. That is actually dangerous figure, but actually that is the actual reality as projected based on simulation. But what is going to happen? Then again, public transport people will shift to the road network and they will enjoy that and they will bring down again to 25 or whatever. Okay, so this is what in transportation we call it as equilibrium, all that. But that is actually going to happen. Okay, even in Google Navigator, you know very well, when Google Navigator says that there is another shortest path, do you want to take that path? But by the time you take that path, again the old path also will be having the same travel time, because it is what is equilibrium. So we should now beat that Downs-Thompson's. How do we beat that? The only way to beat that is make this road travel costly. How do you do that after 327 kilometers, that much investment you have made? So one thing is transport demand management. One technique is congestion pricing. I think we need to definitely implement congestion pricing so that we achieve that green travel. So we want people to travel by, okay, you may say that I am going to use my battery car. That's not great, okay. So because who is going to provide you so much road network? For if everybody feels that I am a green fellow, so I have a battery car, I want to take out my car, where is the infrastructure there? Who is going to resolve congestion issue? So in urban transport, I don't think this battery operated cars, if somebody feels that they are serving the society by owning the battery and operating the car, it's not a great thing. For intercity, it's fine. Okay, so that's what I think, and of course, Ms. Deshpande is working on spillover effects. Now people may say that why do I have to subsidize, why I have to operate the fares at low level? Because there are huge spillover effects. Don't think that your travel time only is saved. It's not only travel time. Because of this entire metro network, because of the accessibility increase to various facilities, the sales have increased. The land prices have increased. The comfort, convenience has increased. There are several spillover effects. Nobody actually quantifies them. And Deshpande ji is actually doing a PhD on this topic. What are exactly the spillover effects? And whether we can plow back this some part of this spillover effect to again to the infrastructure, so that we can actually operate them under subsidized. Though we say subsidized, I don't think that it is subsidized. There is something else happening everywhere. There is buoyancy. Tax collection has increased because of this network, and why can't we at least 10%, 20% of it plow back into this system? So with that I will close. I have taken a little more time. Thank you very much, and once again congratulations to Mmrda for building this kind of great transit network, and also the study carried out by, of course, Lee Associates. Congratulations to all of you, and we are going to see very soon all this network operating. It's going to be a game changer. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rao. You have enriched us with your experience of Japan, Washington, and what we should do. And the Thomson paradox, it kept us our mind boggling that are we doing the right thing, and are we too early, or are we future ready already? So we'll discuss during the session. I would now request my colleague Pramod Ahuja to kindly speak upon the various challenges he has faced in implementing Mumbai Metro, and what are his learnings, and how quickly we will execute the other lines which is heading up.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Deshpande, for giving me this opportunity to speak on the challenges that construction of such a huge network in a city like Mumbai poses to us. But before that, I would like to touch upon one or two things, one or two points that Professor Rao has just mentioned. He was talking about increase in ridership and popularity of metro, and then he came out with certain checklists. So I was just taking down the note of those checklists, and then I'm happy to say that most of the checklists that he came out with, we have already ticked many of them. See, he was talking about MMIs. So we have kind of, in the beginning itself, we have realized the importance of last mile connectivity. Of course, with the experience of our Line 1 and other metros, we knew that this is a very, very important, vital aspect. So along with this metro, we have already planned that, that MMI thing. And then last mile connectivity has already been taken care of. In fact, we are going to come up with, already in Line 1, these kind of experiments have happened wherein we have provided battery operated cycles. And then we have created infrastructure at ground level wherein other modes of transport can come in and seamlessly integrate, and that people can seamlessly interchange between one transport to another one. He also talked about fare integration. Operational integration, I think, between different modes of transport, that's not a feasible thing, because if you imagine operational integration between bus and metro, or maybe suburban and metro, that's not the thing. Only integration possible is by way of efficient interchanges. So we have taken care of that. In fact, between different metro lines, we are coming up with several such stations where those integrated stations are like one station catering to two lines. So it is a very seamless integration between one metro line to another one. Then also we have taken care of integration with suburban networks. So wherever we are passing close to suburban, we have taken care to provide a direct connectivity to station, like without commuters going to go down onto the road level. Direct foot over bridges we are providing at several locations, so that that seamless connectivity that he is talking of, to the extent possible, we have already incorporated in our planning and design. Then he mentioned one more thing, like we are already a very, very dense city, and our utility we can increase many folds by giving direct access to nearby development, nearby surroundings. So on this also, I would like to mention that we have already come out with a policy wherein we are allowing direct access to our nearby developments from the metro. So, and taking advantage of that policy, many builders, many shopping malls, many private offices, many government offices have come to us, and they have come with their proposal. Some of them we have already examined and given them a go-ahead, and they are already in the construction. Others also going to happen. I can give you several examples. Like many malls along line 4 and line 7 also, Oberoi Mall, and they have come to us, and then we are giving them direct access. They are doing the construction at their cost without any extra burden on public expenditure. They are happy to do that expenditure by themselves, and we are just required to provide a direct connectivity. So that is already happening, and that checkpoint that he mentioned is also already ticked on this. Then he talked of kind of equilibrium between road and kind of this. But what happens, that equilibrium is time that he's saying that everything comes back to equilibrium, but we have to take that equilibrium to a little higher level. And we do that by creating infrastructure wherein we kind of meet the demand. Now, current scenario, everybody has talked about that comprehensive transport study, that Mumbai transport, that public transport share of public transport was something around 88% in 91, which has come down to around 65% now. That is because we have our infrastructure, public transport infrastructure has not been able to keep pace with the demand, and there has been a huge backlog. So we acknowledge that there has been a little delay in starting this creation of additional public transport infrastructure, but now we have come up in a big way. And then once this entire network of 337 kilometer is operationalized in next 5 to 6 years. So we expect that additional, our network, metro network itself will be able to carry over 1 crore commuters every day. That is a huge creation of infrastructure, and that will take the entire equilibrium speeds to a higher level, even on the roads also, and other modes of transports also. So, having touched upon these points, then I will come to the issue of like facing challenges in execution of metro projects in Mumbai. Mumbai is a city like no other in India. I believe that no other city is as congested as Mumbai. So congested city has its advantages as well as challenges. So I will give the example of the lines that are going to shortly get commissioned, line 2 and 7, and I've been overseeing these lines for last 6 months or so. All of you would have seen that after our kind of Metropolitan Commissioner Srinivas sir has joined and given a direction and momentum. Last 6 months, things have moved really fast. And all that has happened because challenges were identified in the beginning itself, and then many of them cracked. One of the biggest challenges in a congested city is to find space, land, for creation of infrastructure and for working. So you 337 kilometer network, from where are we going to find so much land? So fortunately now we have come up with a design wherein we are consuming only 2 meters or 2.5 meters of the road median in most of the stretch. But in some of the stretches, like where the stations are there, where the entry exits are there, there is additional requirement of land. And then finding even kind of a small patch of land is a big challenge in a city like Bombay. So even 6 months before, when we are targeting to commission our line in 6 months' time, there were certain patches where still kind of lands were not available and huge structures were required to come. One such example is like Kurar station. So our entry-exit structure, which are about 16, 17 meter tall there, and it's a huge structure. The construction time itself is more than 6 months, and as yet there is no land available there. So if that doesn't happen immediately, we are sure that we cannot commission our project in time. Then our Metropolitan Commissioner, in the first visit itself, he identified where are the problems, and then within a month or so, he somehow managed to give us that land, and the construction started. During monsoon also, that construction we didn't allow that to slow down. And with the result, now that we are in a position wherein we can say that we are close to, almost now we are waiting a final safety approval. And once that happens, we can operationalize the phase 1 of our line 7 and 2A both. Likewise, there can be several examples. I mean, land remains a big challenge. So, viaduct we have created on road median, but working on road median is then another challenge. That brings in a challenge of handling traffic. So, we are working in Western Highway, which is running 24 hours, and then even at midnight also you find that flow of traffic is as if it is morning 10 o'clock. And you are required to construct your station in the median of that busy highway, which is a huge challenge as far as your kind of timelines get affected, your resource planning gets affected, and also safety then becomes a huge challenge. If you are working in such high density road traffic areas, anything falling over road is a potential safety hazard, and then it's going to be a newspaper kind of bad publicity for Mmrda the next day. Traffic has been really a challenge, but in that I would say that traffic police has been of a lot of help to us wherever we kind of ask for whatever sometimes diverting the traffic, sometimes blocking the traffic. They have been really cooperative, and that has actually helped us in kind of coming up with these lines that we are coming up. Regarding land I was talking, then viaduct land is one thing. The another major chunks of land that are required are for maintenance depots. And in fact, till only very recently we were going on constructing many of the lines. While our kind of clarity on where our maintenance depots are going to be there was a little bit it was not very clear. Now, with the kind of our Metropolitan Commissioner kind of identifying this challenge also in the beginning, now after 6 months, now there is a lot of certainty of most of the lines. We know that where the our maintenance depot is going to be there. And projects are such a complex thing that, I mean, there are several work areas. And to be able to commission the line, all the areas have to be attacked, and then all that jigsaw puzzle has to be brought together, and then only we can go on to commission the lines. There we have constructed our viaduct and station, then we don't have the maintenance depot, or we don't have the rolling stock, or we don't have the signaling. That entire construction is of no use. So, I mean, 99% is not good enough. You are required to complete 100%, then only you are able to commission. These are basically the challenges. And then when we take up this all the network in one go itself, then basically what we are doing is like blocking so many roads across our entire city. That brings in a lot of discomfort and discontent from public users, because their travel time has increased. Wherever they go, they find metro barricades, and that's a little bit of nuisance for them. And while we have, I mean, public sympathies or public support can come to us once we start commissioning these lines. So with the commissioning of these lines, once people start realizing the fruits of discomfort that they have gone, and actually start seeing that they are actually, in turn, they are getting a transport system which is more modern, meeting their aspiration, meeting their requirement. We hope that that public support and public support is going to come to us. And of course, that challenge all the time while working, we have to keep in mind that we have to cause least inconvenience to public. Public support is very, very important for execution of, for successful implementation of any project. These are the basic challenges I wanted to bring in.
Thank you, Pramodji.
Yeah, thank you.
Mumbai never sleeps, and I think you also never slept in last 6 months, I'm sure, because you have worked ahead of tells, and I've seen some photographs in the group of late nights blocks where you're on the site, and early morning metropolitan and additional metropolitan commissioning when there is no traffic, and the site visits almost at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock. So I can understand your grit and determination for completion of Mumbai Metro in time or before of the time. Thanks for your views. I would now request Mr. Pierre Massimo Maras, the Operation Country Director of WeBuild, to offer his initial comments on the completing of Mumbai Metro, the master plan, his global examples of construction, and how the landscape of the city changes after implementation of Metro. Over to you.
Now? First of all, thank you for Mmrda, Commissioner, Additional Commissioner, to inviting me on this workshop and giving me the possibility to share my short experience here in India. I am in India a little bit more than 1 year. And I want to share here not only my company experience, also my personal experience as an engineer. I worked in more than 9 countries, some of them with the similarity with India in terms of traffic and congestion. For example, Jakarta, and some of them one of the best, I would say, in the world for public transportation, which is Singapore, on which I was working for 5 years before to coming here in India. And I want to share my compliments, first of all, to Mmrda for the dedication and the determination on achieving its target to have the metro here in Mumbai, on which it's easy to understand that there are many difficulties on progressing. Not only because of the city, but also because often the process of authorization, clearance are overlapped with the construction, which is a process which creates difficulties for both the company, which is constructing, and the client, which is to deal continuously with the problem that is easy to understand here in Mumbai are not easy to fix in advance or upfront, unless you may delay very far the start of the construction. And I don't want to here be too long on my speech. And from one side, as international company, the approach to the market is not easy, because often the tender are awarded to the lowest price, which create on us, which we cannot go below certain level of quality and prices, a kind of cold approach to the project. We watch more to big sites and a complicated project rather than simple one. As per the metro and the transportation in Mumbai, I don't have a personal experience on taking public metros. And what I find is that often the connection between station and the city is not easy. So that when you alight from a metro, pedestrian ways and FOB or underground connection to the key point of the city are not easy to reach. So that it may be a reason for why the metro is mostly used by middle and low classes than the businessmen who are going to reach in the office. And so this is the few elements that I want to share. I don't want to go see also comparing to city, other city, the congestion of the city could be the elevated metro, which is the solution which are coming often here in Mumbai, may be depriving the pedestrian friendly of the city, rather than having underground lines connected to more points may facilitate people to leave the city and to have more appropriate way for pedestrian, which are often missing here in Mumbai or are very, very small and narrow. Other than that, so if you have any question, I have not much more to share.
Yeah,
My
thank you,
experience
Mr.
in
P.
India is very limited, so this is the few thoughts that I want to share with you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Pierre. We'll first have the views of Mr. Sudhir Badami on the Mumbai's transport from citizens' perspective and any suggestions you want to make, and then we'll open up for the question and answer session.
Thank you, Mr. Deshpande, and Mmrda on the whole. There are plenty to talk, but let me begin by going back to 2003, 2005, when I think, or 2004, when the first Mumbai Metro Master Plan was unveiled. And today, 2022, the main difference I see now is that at that time we had very few qualified detail engineering people doing the entire designs within the country. Today we have a lot more technical inputs being given in. So we are able to rise to the occasion to get metros implemented speedily, so the constraints are physical in terms of congestion of the roads and people around, and finance. So if these are being taken care of, I presume, and that's why you see spurts of fast movement. I stay at JVLR, on which line number 6 is going. I have taken the trouble to go and see the erection of the girders as late as 2 or 3 a.m. On the whole daytime, you feel nothing is happening, but they're all been working at night, well planned. Every movement is determined by logistics, And I think on the whole, it is a congratulatory, item to talk about. Talking about, okay, let me mention, I go back to the time when I was young and I used to use computers to write computer programs for structural engineering way back in 1970s. And we didn't have the computers that we have now. So we had to have a lot of iterations of running programs. We made mistakes, we had to find the mistakes and we had to correct them. And I think MMRDA has gone through that process in execution of various projects and getting the documents also upgraded. So there are a lot of inputs, engineering, technical inputs which have gone in. Now, citizens' perspective, I'll come back to that, but this was important, I felt, that to appreciate certain things that MMRDA has been doing. Let me also come to the citizens' part of it now. If you go back pre-COVID days, from any railway station, suburban railway station, you came out and you did not get an auto rickshaw unless you joined into the share an auto. Sharing an auto became a must for people who carried their own luggages. It was very difficult to get a separate auto. So that was a little hardship, but that percentage was small. But sharing an auto, if you counted the number of people going in each auto, there were about 4 people sitting there, 3 back and 1 with the driver. Why was so is what I started questioning, and I realized by doing certain calculations that you needed that kind of capacity of the, what you call the mini traveling modes of auto rickshaw. If you had 4 capacity or 5 capacity, things would have been much easier and safer. But this is what the reality was. And the frequency at which they would go out, come back again, they would circle around. I realized, I think if we take, that is the last mile connectivity part that you consider, then the BEST, which is to operate the 40 capacity or 60 capacity buses in these stations, they became infrequent. So you need to have continuous flow of these last mile connectivity buses, which I feel that they could be a bus of capacity 10 people, which could be friendly towards person with disability also. So what would happen is that people board, and if the frequency is very high, it could be as low as maybe about 15 seconds, then you end up having people getting off, able-bodied people getting off midway through, and also allowing people in the wheelchair to get in. So they get a mobility. And then when you have a metro system, or I come to my topic which I always keep talking about, even today it's not irrelevant, it is the BRT. So it has to be integrated, BRT, the last mile connectivity, the metro system, the railway system, everything has to facilitate people to be able to walk. And one may complain that hawkers are there, but I think all these can be well designed to facilitate easy movement. Like said about Tokyo, people go to shop, eat. You have all these facility which is existing today, but in a little unorganized manner, but organized by the vendors themselves. So you need to do that. Then I'm talking about BRT also. Why the delay in infrastructure? I think you mentioned there's a delay happening, and this delay could have been overcome. See, ultimately the objective is to see that people are able to get their mobility done. Even if things are not fully well designed, gradually you start finding faults and you start improving on that. And one of the things which we should have done that, we were way back in 2008-9, when very seriously MMRDA had considered BRT on the 2 Western Express Highway and Eastern Express Highway. What we may achieve now, we knew the problem existed in these western suburbs at least, long back, we could have tried that out and then gone on to metro. No doubt about it, metro is a very good way to go about. But VRT also would have supplemented. And in COVID days, you do need to have a density of not more than 6 persons or 7 persons per square meter in public transport. So we need to look into those aspects also. So I think we got to have BRT, but not the capacity which I used to talk about, but much lesser. But we do need to have that. And I think that's what should be, ultimately, people should be able to walk safely, travel safely, and I think that should be the main objective and not just the focus on metro per se. But today there's no talk about other modes very seriously. Maybe now you have started doing that. Manpower is available now. People are aware of what can be done, and there are a lot of people who are the urban planners. Young planners are there. They can get into the detail engineering and whatnot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Your love and affection for having a dedicated bus rapid transport system is known to the city, sir. And along with this, some of the points what were gently touched by Pramod Ahuji was multimodal integration. But we'll elaborate on that, and I would also inform all the gathering here that MMRDA, after the scientific study of Lee Associates, has come out with a detailed master plan. We have also touched upon the multimodal integration points, the interchange points, and last mile, first mile connectivity. Along with that, the section after this is also going to talk about how seamlessly we are going to have a single ticketing system. We are also going to tell you about how the Pleasant Journey app is going to take your journey from the office to the home, to the point of interest and back. So all these points are touched upon by MMRDA. There's a huge effort which is taking place in MMRDA in its design team. And what Mumbai is going to have is totally different thing than what we imagined. So if we just go through the two branding manuals which MMRDA has brought out, one was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister and the other detailed one was by the Honorable Chief Minister. It will also narrate the storyline of what MMRDA is trying to give to the citizens. We are aspiring to grow this city to a next level, not only giving the means of transport, but giving them a delightful experience, which is more safer, which is faster, which is equitable, which is gender neutral. Apart from this, the delightful travel which you have is going to be more affordable, it's inclusive. So when you see this kind of travel, which is all scientifically made, designed, supervised to the last extent, we have general consultants, we have detailed consultants, we have MRD team, as you rightly said, we have experts here, and all supported by additional Metropolitan Commissioners who are taking painstakingly every day visiting the sites. We have the leadership of Metropolitan Commissioner and higher-ups who are guiding us this force. So Mumbai certainly is going to have a different way of commuting, which is going to transform the way we travel and is going to have the impact on the entire $5 trillion economy, out of which Mumbai is going to leap bound from about 1.5 to 3 in the next 10 years. Then Mumbai metropolitan region, which is about $0.15 to $0.20 trillion, now is going to aspire to 0.5. Where is this going to come from? This is going to come from Mumbai metropolitan region. The backbone is commuting, travel, job employment, all transforming Mumbai because of Mumbai Metro. This Mumbai Metro master plan of about 337 kilometers is going to realize the dream of the nation. That's what we are trying to do. And that's all going to happen in the next 10 years. Very soon, we are going to see the lines coming up every year because they're into various stages of implementation. With this initial comments of the panelists here, I would now open the floor for comments, suggestions, advices, and request both additional commissioners, joint commissioner, and the representatives from police and my colleague and the media to please ask the learned panelists here to offer their comments on whatever you have to say. Thank you. The floor is open now.
कोणाला काही प्रश्न विचारायचे असतील तर प्लीज तुम्ही याच्यावरती तुमचे मतं मांडू शकता, मत व्यक्त करू शकता, काही सजेशन्स असतील तर देऊ शकता आणि पॅनल मंडळींना काही प्रश्न असतील तर तेही विचारू शकता. तो प्लीज गो अहेड.
We can pass, Vinay, we can pass the mic to the gentleman.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Avinash from SIDCO. I'm a transportation engineer. My question is to Massimo, sir. Sir, KVK Rao, sir, also talked about congestion pricing, and you have been having an experience of 5 years in Singapore, which everyone in the world, as far as all transportation engineers and planners know, is one of the best metro systems and transport system, which parallelly implements both the things, congestion pricing as well as the best public transport service. So what are those 3 things which you would like to give as a suggestion to upcoming metro lines in MMR, MCGM region and beyond that MCGM region? Like SIDCO area also we are trying to implement metro projects. So what are those 3 critical things to make these metro lines more accessible to public?
Okay, comparing the Singapore metro line with the Mumbai one is somehow there are very, very far each other, because Singapore reached a very, very low fare because the ticket in Singapore are extremely cheap, and the metro is very much integrated with the city and the life of people. The stations are not just a station or one point on which you can go exit and go to the road, but often are similarly to Tokyo, integrated within the building, within the main structure, using underground facilities. So the elevated portion of the metro are only in the green field of a city. When the city is congested, everything is underground. Is underground, easy accessible, and see, for example, when you go out from one station in Singapore, there are 6, 7, 8 exits. So you look at the map and you can reach everywhere by walking, easily and fast, with the automatic stairs and very, very short path. So the key for the first change that Mumbai should reach to be similar to that city is to implement more underground facilities. And also the pedestrian way here are somehow often poor. Even crossing a road is a problem because there are no traffic signals. The traffic doesn't respect pedestrians. So increase and implement pedestrian priority first in a manner that the metro can be used, easily accessed for all people. Then implement more underground facilities and connect the station to the city in a manner which is easy to be accessed. Because now when you exit from the station, there are you can easily move only around the station. You cannot far, except for only some station or some points. So this prevents the people to, let's see, is a result on using the metro for middle and low class people. Those are the main things that comparing the 2 cities I can see.
Thanks, Mr. Pierre. I would now request Professor Rao to have a view on this.
Yeah, so just I wanted to add to the query that Avinash has raised, because I always teach to my students about Singapore. So Singapore, all of us know, is actually a high-income country. It is a developed country, a city country. So there in 1960s, when their economy is rapidly developing, so that time they found that their roads are completely inadequate. So because of huge amount of private car ownership, congestion, all that. So what they have done is they have imposed additional registration fee on when you buy a private car. That also didn't deter people. So then what they have done is they have introduced that vehicle quota system. So you need to bid in order to buy a car. So you have to shell out huge amount of money. Now what has happened is, suppose if I buy a car by paying that much money, obviously I want to maximize its usage. So the car kilometers have increased. Everybody individually is driving, okay, even they are renting out to their relatives, everybody, wherever there is a possibility. So that didn't work. So what is the alternative? Congestion pricing. So they have also put that congestion pricing. But these are restrictive policies. Apart from congestion pricing, which is of course has got an economic justification, but restricting car buying is a restrictive policy. A democratic country cannot actually do that. So obviously we can't impose that restrictive policy there, but we can definitely think of congestion pricing. So you are already asking about three things. Three things we have already outlined. Multimodalism is one, which everybody has talked about. And congratulations to anyway MMRDA. Mr. Ahuja has already pointed out that they have done so many things towards that. And of course the land use integration. Towards that, I think what we need to do is, because we are anyway traversing through dense areas, we need to see that the accessibility to all the establishments is very well established seamlessly. So even in Pune, when the Tatas are now building that Hinjawadi line, so they want to directly provide a walkalator into the TCS campus, Infosys campus, so that it will become attractive for them to use the metro.
If there are any more questions or comment sessions, yeah, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Sham from Artist. I just want some briefing about the Thomson paradox. When we are saying that there is a public transport, when we are reaching from one destination to another within a 1 hour, so people will go on roads by their own vehicles till the time they won't match that same timing, what you have said. So tomorrow, is this only journey time will matter in the paradox, or there is like a MMI, all the different facilities, what the services we are giving, that infrastructure, that will matter a lot on this thing. So tomorrow, if I'm getting better ambience, luxurious traveling, might be pro for the traveling via public transport instead of going on a vehicle. Just I want briefing on that.
Yeah, great question, because this Downs-Thompson's paradox is very old, 60s, 70s, okay. So at that time, people are only talking about the travel time. But actually, people actually take a decision in order to choose any alternative based on not only travel time, but also waiting time, then transfer time, then also comfort, convenience, the factors that you have actually outlined, the fare. So what nowadays transport planners do is, they actually represent this in the form of a generalized cost of travel. That means there is a value to travel time saving, there is a value to the comfort that you are getting, there is a value if you are waiting too much, then that is a cost. So all these are added, and then what we do is based on the generalized cost of travel. Generally people also behave in that sense because they give some weightage. Of course it is different for different income groups. High income group may give more weightage to travel time saving and comfort. People belonging to low income group may not value travel time saving that much. So those things you need to find out and then apply this same equilibrium equation will happen, not with reference to time, but with reference to generalized cost of travel.
So I've been hinted that we are running a little late, and another session which is more interesting with stats and figures and the presentation of scientific way of having is in play. So let me take this opportunity to thank Professor Krishna Rao one more time, and Professor Pramod Ahuja ji, Mr. Pierre Maras, and Mr. Sudhir Badani for making this today morning, enlightening us with all your experiences and knowledge. And thank you the TNC team, Honorable Metropolitan Commission, Additional Commissioner, for giving us all of us an opportunity to express our views today morning. Thank you very much.
मंचावरील सर्व तज्ञ मंडळींचे आम्हाला मार्गदर्शन केल्याबद्दल मनापासून आभार. मी त्यांना आसन ग्रहण करण्याची विनंती करते आणि पुढील प्रेझेंटेशन आणि डिस्कशन सेशनची सुरुवात आता आपण करणार आहोत. जसे की आपणास माहीत आहेच, मेट्रो लाईन 2 आणि 7चे कामकाज लवकरच संपून हे दोन्ही मेट्रो मार्ग प्रवाशांसाठी लवकरच खुले होण्याची अपेक्षा आहे. हे 2 मेट्रो मार्ग हे मुंबईच्या पश्चिम उपनगरांमधून जातात आणि या मेट्रो मार्गांमुळे मुंबई लोकलवरील तसेच पश्चिम उपनगरांमधील रस्त्यावरील देखील वाहतुकीचा भार हा खूप प्रमाणात कमी होणार आहे. त्यामुळे या विषयावरील सविस्तर सादरीकरण आणि चर्चा करण्यासाठी आत्ताचे इम्पॅक्ट ऑफ मेट्रो रेल इन वेस्टर्न सबर्ब्स हे प्रेझेंटेशन आणि डिस्कशन सेशन आपण आयोजित केलेलं आहे. याकरिता मी ली असोसिएट्स साऊथ एशिया प्रायव्हेट लिमिटेडचे असोसिएट डायरेक्टर श्री BM शेट्टी सर यांना मंचावर येण्याची विनंती करते. याचबरोबर डिस्कशनसाठी पुढील तज्ज्ञ मंडळींना मंचावर येण्याची विनंती करते. मिस्टर VD कल्याणकर सर, डेप्युटी चीफ इंजिनियर ट्रॅफिक मॅनेजमेंट MCGM, मिस मंगला चरण मॅम, एडिटर इन चीफ ट्रॅफिक इन्फ्राटेक मॅगझिन, मिस्टर हिरेन दफ्तेदार सर, डेप्युटी चीफ प्लॅनिंग TPO DP MCGM, and Mr. Devaru sir, Chief Transport and Communications Division MMRDA. आता मी याचबरोबर मी प्रोफेसर KV कृष्णराव सर, डेप्युटी डायरेक्टर फायनान्स अँड एक्सटर्नल अफेअर्स अँड प्रोफेसर ऑफ सिव्हिल इंजिनिअरिंग IIT बॉम्बे यांना देखील या सेशनला आमच्यासोबत मंचावर येण्याची विनंती करते. यानंतर मी परिवहन व दळण विभागाचे वरिष्ठ सांख्यिकी अधिकारी श्री दिलीप कुंडे सर यांना या डिस्कशनसाठी मंचावर आलेल्या तज्ज्ञांचे रोपटे देऊन स्वागत करण्याची विनंती करते. BM शेट्टी सर, वेलकम सर. दफ्तेदार सर, वेलकम सर. श्रीमती मंगलाचरण मॅडम, वेलकम मॅम. कृष्णराव सर, डॉक्टर कृष्णराव सर, वेलकम सर. and Devaru sir. वेलकम सर. मंचावर आलेल्या मंडळींचे खूप खूप स्वागत. आता मी BM शेट्टी सरांना त्यांचे प्रेझेंटेशन सुरू करण्याची विनंती करते.
At the outset, on behalf of Lee Associates, we have carried out the CTS1 in 2005-08 and CTS2 2017-21. I thank you very much for giving the opportunity to me, to Honorable Metropolitan Commissioner and the AMC1 and AMC2 and Traffic Communication Department of MMRDA. I will be focusing more on the impact of metro rail on Mumbai, especially the western suburbs. You have seen in the previous panel discussion the qualitative impact of the metro line, one by one metro coming to operation, how it is going to reverse the public transport share in the coming few years. We had discussed about in 1990s 80% of the public transport share. Now in 2005 when we did a study, it has come down. Further it is coming down in 2017. Now this year is going to be a point of inflection where it will be going, you will see the reversing the trend. So with this initial few remarks, I would like to share my presentation in the following way. One thing is again to start what are those numbers, declining PT share in MMR and Mumbai Metro Master Plan, how it is going to address, reverse the public transport share in the future, impact of metro lines which are very qualitative in nature, but we have quantified some numbers for the Mumbai Metro Master Plan of 337 kilometers. Under CTS2, the 337 kilometers has been further expanded into the greenfield area of MMR, almost 487 kilometers. So initial panel discussion, Professor K.V. Krishna Rao discussed about the TOD opportunities in the brownfield. Already Greater Mumbai is a TOD city, whereas the CTS2 has proposed a lot of greenfield metro corridors. There are a lot of opportunities again in the greenfield areas also, where densities are low today, how we can achieve a higher density near the metro stations. That is the opportunities in the future. Then coming specific to Metro Line 2A, DN Nagar to the Dahisar East to DN Nagar, and Metro Line 7 Andheri East to Dahisar East. These are the two metro lines which are going to come soon into operation. MMRDA is trying their best to come into at any point of time in the near, it may be few weeks or a little few months also. Then what are the multimodal integration plans carried out for the 2A7? We have discussed, and what are those plans in a micro level, I would like to explain. Then what are the TOD opportunities? Then TOD for Metro Line 7 has been carried out for by MMRDA. What are the recommendations of those study? And finally, very specific to Metro Line 2A and 7 in western suburbs, how to, it is going to decongest the western suburbs in terms of the traffic levels on SV, Linking Road, SV Road and Western Express Highway, because they are north-south which are parallel to those existing roads. Then these are the, generally all transportation planners are aware how we do a travel demand modeling and capture the travel demand by each mode of transport. The focus of the transportation plan is motorized, obviously. This is the motorized travel demand share. In 2005 when CTS1 was done, outcome was 78.1% was the public transport, which is travel demand catered by the suburban train system and bus system. These were the two modes available at that time, 2005. Metro Warsaw Andheri Ghatkopar came operation in 2014. Then how it has changed the public transport. In spite of the best efforts under MUTP 1 and 2, the public transport share could not increase. Because many of the metro lines are still under construction. So because of that, delays happened in the delivery of the metro lines. So in 2017, when the CTS2 surveys have been done, based on that, it has come down to 65.3%. That is the share of the public transport system. So that, as I said, now it is going to change in a reverse way. With the CTS2 implementation, to begin with the 337 kilometers of Metro Master Plan by 2031, and further their extensions in the greenfield to extent of 487, by 2041, we are going to reach almost 75% public transport share. Then coming to more details about the Mumbai Metro Master Plan, most of you might have seen in the YouTube videos what are the plans of MMRDA and all, what is the status and all those things. Please bear with me. There is an animation. Each metro line you can see actually how they are appearing. So this is the line 2B, line 3, which is actively under construction, completely underground. Then line 4 is mainly parallel to the Eastern Express Highway in the Thane area and the LBS Marg in the Greater Mumbai. Line 4A is again further extension into the greenfield, serving basically the Thane. Then further from Thane to Bhiwandi, that is line 5. This is where, sir, where the densities are low compared to the Greater Mumbai. So again, we need to ensure how the ridership estimated can be achieved by intervention, planning interventions. Greenfield TODs are required. Line 6 again, it is a east-west connectivity, basically Swami Samarthanagar to Vikroli on the JVLR. And then Daisar to line 7, Daisar East to Andheri East, which is exactly planned on the Western Express Highway. Of course, it is located very near to the Western Suburban line, so there is the transit lines are closely located. Line 8 is Airport Metro, CSIA to NMIA, to enhance the connectivity to the upcoming Navi Mumbai International Airport and connectivity to the Panvel area also. It's a multi-purpose corridor actually, provide a regional connectivity to the Navi Mumbai as well as the Navi Mumbai International Airport and the existing airports. This is very important corridor to trigger the growth in the Navi Mumbai area. Then line 9 is again the line 7 extension into the Greenfield area, further providing connecting to Mirabhayandar area. Line 10, Gaimuk to Shivaji Chowk. This is in Thane. The Vadala to Ajad Maidan, line 11. Line 12 is Kalyan Dombivli, Taloja. It is a completely greenfield, sir, metro, which will provide connectivity between the metro corridors planned by the CITCO and the existing greenfield areas of brownfield areas of Kalyan, and en route there were a lot of number of greenfield areas also. Line 13 is Shivaji Chowk to Virar, is again parallel to the Western Suburban Railway corridor. There is a lot of overcrowding you see. So from line 13 there is a reduction of the overcrowding, and the Western Railway is expected to come down. Then line 14 is again extension of from Kanjurmarg to Badlapur, east-west connectivity. So that way the Mumbai Metro Master Plan, unlike earlier thought of 150 kilometers, was completely a brownfield area. Retrofitting of TODs was required. Whereas this radiating lines to the greenfield areas definitely open up a number of greenfield areas. There are a lot of TOD opportunities in the future. I'll skip some of these slides. You may know the statistics actually. Coming to, we estimated economic benefits and environmental benefits of this 337 kilometers based on the database we have on both CTS 1 and 2. The base year was considered 2022. Krishna Rao sir was telling about the generalized cost actually. Generally people, when they shift happens from the road-based modes to the public transport, to metro or bus system, or in fact the suburban also, they will be saving the travel times. So there is a value for it actually, which is called wage rate approach. Our home interview survey also provide some value of time, this thing. Generally, if you are having a salary of X amount, your value of time is 1/3 of that. Then you convert it into what is the value of time per hour basis. Like that we calculate. So savings in 2002, by opening of the metro line 2A and the 7, we are going to save to the tune of 4,300 crores of per year the value of time. Then if you, if one by one metro lines of metro master plan open up in the subsequent years, in next 10 years, then the savings are going to be very huge. Like in terms of millions, it is going to be 370 million person hours per annum saving are expected from this all 14 lines. Then in terms of the average value of time is coming around 116 rupees per person hour. As per the next 10 years average. Then another benefit is important is vehicle operating cost actually. There will be, when a shift happens from the road to public transport, the speeds will increase generally. Then there will be saving in the vehicle operating cost of the both passenger vehicles and commercial vehicles also. They have been quantified, and there will be fuel reduction also. Then in nutshell, combined saving of VOT, VOC is around 12,000 crores per annum. That is the magnitude of the savings to the because of the Metro Master Plan. Over a period of 10 years, it is going to be 1.2 lakh crores. Then investment MMRDA right now is making on metro is almost 1.5 lakh crores. So this capital cost recovery from this savings is over a period of 10 is almost 1.2. There are other benefits, environmental benefits, other they will add up, and ultimately there is a return economical point of view. That is how we estimate the economic analysis point of view. Then environmental point of view, in terms of the CO2 emission reductions is almost 1.26 million tons of reduction in the CO2 emissions. This is a very big, this cost has been not quantified in the economic analysis. So there will be a number of, other than the direct user benefits as well as environmental benefits, if you quantify it will go more than 2 lakh crores over a period of 10 years. Then coming to the impact of metro lines, these are the very general statements I have given, like enhanced accessibility to public transport within 500 to 800 meters. The metro, the alignments are planned in such a way, they are serving the areas which are not served by the suburban right now. That way, the last mile connectivity earlier without the metro line, now with metro line is going to be reduced. That is the advantage of this metro lines planned. Then it will trigger the growth along the infrastructure. Additional built-up space is possibility is there through TOD. Though Krishna Rao sir is telling in Greater Mumbai, already Greater Mumbai is itself a TOD city actually. But there are still opportunities are there. We can have a further higher growth around the transit stations. Like in Singapore and Hong Kong, the density are much higher, even more than what we have in terms of population and employment densities. Still further, only thing is it viable in our context? Because a lot of redevelopment need to be done, reduction in the slums and all these things around the stations. It is a complex exercise. So the next session, there is a TOD session is there in the end. Then more we will get to know about the study carried out for the Metro Line 7. Then coming to traffic congestion relief, as I said, it is going to increase the speeds. But what sir was telling, again, the people will start making use of the road because of the equilibrium and all. I agree with sir actually. But another advantage of having a very good quality roads is not only for during the this thing, monsoon period, especially Mumbai, we face a lot of problems actually. At least we will have a spare capacity. Disaster management point of view, excess supply is there, road, at least there will be disaster management point of view, it will be good. That is the traffic congestion point of view. Reduction in overall crowding in existing public transport lines. All of us are aware, sir, on suburban system, we have inhuman conditions of travel, which is around 12 persons per square meter of this thing. Whereas international standard says around 5 to 6 is the acceptable. Whereas metro lines are designed for 7 persons per square meter. So with the implementation of the metro lines, definitely there will be reduction in the overcrowding levels in the suburban system also. That way, overcrowding is expected to reduce. Then I explained about the reduction in CO2 and particular matter. Then increase in revenue from the property tax and development charge also, because of the more, as the property values goes up, then development charge revenue also will increase actually. That is what, as per the MRTP Act, the amendments and all those things. Then overall increase in the travel time savings and all, it will increase the productivity and it will contribute the region's economy. These are all the positive aspects of those things. Then I will just illustrate with some of the old slides which are prepared by the senior colleagues actually. If you see the left side is the suburban, how the catchment areas of the suburban, right side is the with metro coming in the Greater Mumbai, how the last mile connectivity is expected to reduce because of the accessibility will get improved because of the metro lines which are running both north-south as well as the east-west. They are going to improve the accessibility of the people. Within the last mile connectivity, lengths will drastically come down compared to what we have right now with respect to suburban. Then if you see 2021, this is the just a map showing the 500 meters around the metro and suburban stations. It includes the monorail is also there in the island city. Then by 2041, with the implementation of complete Mumbai Metro Master Plan as well as CTS2 proposals, how it is going to look like 500 meters. Means people can just go by walk actually. That way it indicates that we need to focus more on last mile connectivity, especially improvement of the footpaths. How quickly, safely they can reach to the metro stations. That is the illustration how most of the 90% our population is going to be within the 500 meters of the public transit lines. Then coming to the how the effect can be quantified, I would like to illustrate with Warsaw and Andheri Ghatkopar. I will not go with the statistics actually. It is a east-west connectivity, 11 kilometers. Right now the ridership is 3.75 lakhs because of the COVID effect. Otherwise it catered to the tune of 4.5 lakhs per day. Then if you see the development, when the metro was announced in 2007, how the development along the corridor, especially near Sakinaka and Marolnaka area, Then how it has changed in when the metro was opened, the density near the stations along the corridor has increased. It includes the new developments as well as the redevelopments also. This is the 2021 recent figure actually, but still there are slums which are located near Marolnaka south if you see. There are a lot of TOD opportunities. Again, the development control regulations, what we are discussing right now, if they are implemented quickly, then the potential can be tapped within the greater Mumbai also. And then coming back to, again, the accessibility is a kind of a repetition actually. I'll skip this thing. Then Maharashtra government came up with the TOD policy. Next session they will discuss more on that. Then coming to the few brief details on the metro line 2A, it is having a 16 kilometers length and 18.5 kilometers length, which is approximately 17 number of stations. It is advanced stage of the coming to safety point of view. Operations are going on at any point of in the next coming few weeks or next month. It is going to commence operations. Then line 7 also the same situation. Further, I would like to update, sir, T&C department has carried out the multimodal integration for both the corridors. Simultaneously, with the implementation of the metro, multimodal integration construction activity is going on. So, by the time the commencement service starts, more or less, MMI works also going to soon get completed. So this is how the multimodal integration study, whatever data shared, study details shared to us, I would like to present here. Right now, the existing, prior to MMI implementation, generally there is a haphazard dispersal from the metro stations, then lack of footpath and pedestrians. There are footpaths are there, they are not for intended use right now. There is encroachments, then unsafe crossings, on-street parking is, you can see, then encroachment on the footpaths, lack of adequate lighting also in the night time, lack of enforcement because we are not able to. These are some of the issues right now. Even these are issues to be in the future also, in spite of implementation of the MMI recommendations. We have to ensure, like lack of enforcement, we have to enforce even after implementation of MMI. Wide footpaths we build, then how to enforce is going to be challenge in the future also. Then coming to what are it contains. Basically, multimodal integration, we were listening in the previous discussion, it tries to facilitate improving the last mile connectivity experience of the main mode commuters of the metro. So by multimodal integration project will help in the improving the first and last mile connectivity, promoting e-vehicles and e-mobility. Of course, people fear about for main mode purpose, whereas last mile connectivity point of view, safety issues may not be that much. People be encouraged to use the e-vehicles like cycle rickshaws and all. Improving the safety for road users. Here, the MMI plans are safety aspects also kept in mind while planning the MMI, the proposals. That is another aspect. Increasing the metro ridership. Obviously, if the last mile connectivity travel time comes down, overall travel time of the commuter will come down, though metro ridership can be enhanced further because of the last mile connectivity. Then rejuvenation of the streets. Obviously, MMRDA is taking opportunity to improve the metro station precincts as well as the 500-meter radius from the metro station. These are all. These are some of the infrastructure proposals within the 500 meters. Those are all may not be possible. Right now, MMRDA is focusing on the corridor, and there is a requirement of taking forward by other stakeholders like MCGM. Whatever could not be implemented by MMRDA in their routine plans, they can think of implementing the MMI plans so that collectively the MMI plans need to be implemented by the stakeholders. So this will address the complete the traffic movement near the intersections, then change of the street furniture, road furniture, safety enhancement, then urban place making like landscaping, urban art and sculptures installation and all those things. you will go a sea change in the metro station area compared to what was there in the suburban stations actually. Then beyond 500 meters also, 1.5 kilometer radius, like there are number of bus routes which will provide the last mile connectivity. In the future, because of the change in the trip lanes of the last mile connectivity, there is a need for running midi bus services by BEST, so that we are serving in an integrated manner the last mile connectivity as well as the main mode connectivity by metro. Then these are some of the illustrations, what was planned in those studies. Then we are going to soon see these kind of developments around the metro stations. Whatever planned, how it looks, station areas, junction improvements. Now, most of you have seen the initiatives taken by MMRDA in the BKC in terms of how the street furniture has been improved over a period of time in terms of the lane markings, then the traffic signages and all these things. Now, they are expecting similar kind of environment in each and every metro stations, what they are developing. So these are some of the photographs. Then coming to TOD opportunities, again, if you see I don't know, legibility point of view, left side is the existing transit network, right side is the red colors, all those are the metro lines basically. As per the CTS plan, 487 kilometers of metro is going to expand in into the region. If you see cluster-wise, what are the existing number of stations, metro stations? In 2017, only one metro line is operating, that is 12 stations. By 2041, it is going to reach number of metro stations, 289 stations. Then similarly, the suburban stations are going to increase from 106 to 163. So there are opportunities. Then this has been informed to MRVC also, possibility of TOD in both the brownfield as well as the greenfield areas. Then coming to TOD study, again, I would like to skip this slide because next session it will be discussed. In summary, what I would like to say is, apart from fare revenue and advertisement revenue, there is a revenue that can be expected from the property development. It will support the capital investment made by MMRDA, not only for the already the Greater Mumbai point of view, densities are there, but revenue point of view also we need to keep in mind to have a capital recovery, money required for capital recovery. So there are opportunities are there, there are vacant lands, there are redevelopment opportunities within the Greater Mumbai also that they foresee, and there is a potential for the money coming almost to the tune of 7,000 crores over a next 20 years period of time. By active value capture, that is called property development. Second is passive value capture, potential revenue from the TOD, premiums, that is again 2,400 crores. This is the preliminary numbers, they may go change, but there is a potential. Then coming to specific impact of the metro line 2A and 7, they will have a major effect on the, basically because their alignments are north-south, they will have a major effect on the linking road and SV road and the Western Express Highway. You can see these photographs, what is the existing traffic congestion on linking road. Metro, you can see the pillars and all those things, which is now construction is going on. On SV road, there is no metro line planned, the congestion, whatever you see right now. Then similarly, Western Express Highway, the traffic congestion is very high. We hardly have a less than 20 kmph the kind of speeds people travel both in morning peak as well as the evening peak. Then I would like to say here, display some of the statistics. We generally, in the CTS studies, we capture the traffic volume at a particular cordon lines we call. In Greater Mumbai, there are 4 cordon lines. IC1 is in Island City, IC2 is also in Island City, IC3 border of the island and suburbs, 4 is completely in the suburbs, western and eastern suburbs. Those numbers, these are the location names and all. In both, we have the traffic numbers of CTS1 in 2005 as well as 2017. The same locations, same method, 24 hours, the traffic has been captured. How it is going over a period of time. The actual numbers are there. Then in terms of the growth, if you see the traffic on the western suburbs, they are going at a very high percentage of growth compared to the south the cordons. This is the numbers actually. Island City, 3.7 is the average growth of the vehicles as well as in terms of PCUs. IC2, again Island City, 4.1. IC3, border to Island City and the suburban, 3.5. Whereas suburbs, IC4, 10.6 is the percentage. So you can see gravity is shifting from Island City to suburbs. So there is a lot of potential diversion from traffic expected from the private vehicle users to the metro lines north-south which are planned. Even diversion is expected from the western suburban corridor onto the planned metro lines. I'll skip this thing. Then the statistics also indicates about the vehicle registration data. Earlier CTS study, we projected a 4.8 million kind of private vehicle growth by 2017. Because of the metro implementation and all. Since they have not happened, actual number of vehicles, registered vehicles captured in 2017 was 5.8 million. Obviously, there is a more than almost 1 million vehicles have increased in the greater Mumbai and MMR. So they will increase the traffic actually. That is what happening. Then coming to the crux with respect to reduction in the traffic on the north-south roads in the western suburbs, leftmost is the linking road on which the line 2A is planned. Then the second one is SV road, another parallel road which is very closely located to the suburbs, western suburban railway line. Third image is the suburban line. Fourth image is the Western Express Highway, along which the line 7 is planned. We know the metro line 2A is a yellow line, red is metro line 7. The numbers, if you see, these are the once metro opens in 2022 year, we are considering the PHPD 17,100 is towards south movement and north movement 10,300. This is called PHPD. At any particular point, the number of people traveling towards south and towards north, that is called PHPD. Then there is a shift is expected from the both the linking road. Traffic is people who are using right now the auto, two-wheeler, car, as well as the bus also. People will shift to linking road to the metro line 2. Second is from SV road also some shift is expected. Then third is the suburban railway line also people expect, because earlier I have shown last mile connectivity will improve. Instead of going to suburban, especially the first class users, they will try to make use of the metro line 2A for their north-south travel. So suburban railway line is also expected shift, especially the first class. Then coming to the line 7, expectation is basically from the Western Express Highway to the line 7 and the suburban shift also from the metro line 7. So the, overall reduction in traffic on volume on link road is almost 2,000 PCUs per hour reduction is expected. In the 2022 itself, of course it may take some few months to stabilization of the ridership and all, but that is the maximum value one can see in 2022. Similarly, SV road 1400 PCUs per hour expected reduction is this thing, and Western Expressway almost 5,000 PCUs per hour is expected to lower down once the metro comes into operation. In case of the suburbs, we have taken a diversion of only first class travelers, because in terms of generalized cost and all, because fare is much higher compared to the suburban travel, because of the pass system is there, whereas metro it is not there, then only first class may be expected to get diverted. Right now, the 2021 estimates is around 40,000 PHPD and the suburban first class. That is going to divert, how much it is going to divert, the calculation indicates that overall traffic reduction on the linking road is about 40%, then on SV road almost 30%, then on Western Express Highway it is going to be 21%. That is the effect of metro on this traffic. In terms of suburban first class, almost 28% of the first class users are going to reduce. This is how the metro lines are going to provide a traffic relief on the north-south roads in the western suburbs as well as the suburban system also. In addition to this relief on these major corridors, obviously how the people come onto the main corridors is through minor roads and all. The traffic is going to reduce in the minor road network also. So there is a overall positive impact because of the metro lines. Then the way forward from based on whatever analysis we have done, Then stakeholder coordination is very much required for timely implementation. This has been discussed in the previous the session also. Then stakeholder participation and effective implementation of MMI plans. Of course, there is a good coordination happening between the Greater Mumbai MCGM as well as MMRDA, but that momentum should continue in the future also for all the other metro lines. Then preparation of multimodal integration plans. Right now, MMRDA is continuing multimodal integration plans for other corridors. Similar studies need to be initiated by even CITCO, where they are coming up with the new metro lines in Navi Mumbai. Such kind of studies are required. Then stakeholder coordination, effective maintenance. Today, MMRDA is implementing MMI. Their maintenance is required in the future. Who will do? Whether MMRDA will continue to do, or MCGM will come into picture, or sharing, there should be a sharing kind of mechanism with respect to the maintenance, and how to ensure the intended use of MMI infrastructure. Like very informal activity you see on these kind of corridors and Mumbai roads. When wide footpaths are provided, if one or the other region less used by the pedestrians, the wide footpaths will be occupied by the informal activity. Now we need to ensure how the intended purpose can be ensured in the future. That is again a way forward suggestion from our end. TOD study for all the metro lines need to be carried out, because all metro stations may not be a TOD potential, especially greenfield areas. There will be select the metro stations where we need to tap the potential. That is the only this these studies will enlighten us in terms of opportunity and all these things. Unless we do those studies, we will not be coming to know. That is the suggestion. Then carry out before and after studies of metro line implementation. Of course, with limited resource, we have done with respect to line 2A and 7. Such kind of very organized studies need to be carried out for each and every metro line when they come into operation, so that there will be some learning curve for the implementing agencies also. So that is the overall presentation, and we acknowledge the inputs provided by MMRD and other stakeholders, because we have used the data of the mobility plan study carried out for Greater Mumbai in 2014. So we thank you very much for MCGM officials also. So that is the statement, and we are grateful to each one of you for your patient listening. Thank you very much.
शेट्टी सरांनी आता मेट्रो मार्ग सुरू झाल्यानंतर वेस्टर्न सबअबवरती त्याचा काय परिणाम होईल आणि कसा त्याचा पॉझिटिव्ह इम्पॅक्ट होणार आहे याच्यावरती खूप चांगल्या पद्धतीने प्रकाश टाकला. तसंच मेट्रो इम्प्लिमेंट झाल्यानंतर मेंटेनन्स आणि या सगळ्या बाबतीतलं वर्क डिस्ट्रीब्युशन किंवा इन्स्टिट्यूशनल फ्रेमवर्क कसं असायला हवं याबद्दलही थोडं डिस्कस केलं. तर या बाबतीत पॅनल मेंबर्सनी आता काही थोडं 2 शब्द बोलावेत अशी मी त्यांना विनंती करते. Mike.
My intention basically to attend this is to hear the experts, the technical experts, and understand, and then disseminate this information through my magazine, and also share some of the ground level, grassroots level responses which I get from the common man, the common people, which you ask them, how is this metro, what has happened. So going back to 2007, 2008, we were looking for a kind of extra accommodation in the Andheri, the suburbs. We approached a builder who is building in the Chandivali area, which is near to Sakinaka metro. There's supposed to be metro station coming there. It was not developed that well. So he said, you lay low, that after 3-4 years, your value will go double, And that was the kind of, every builder was trying to sell his property on the basis of how close the metro line is coming. That was the kind of expectation which had built in the, for the 2004, 2008, like that. And I'm happy that this is coming true. So even if today also, even at the line 2 or the line 7, where this linking road, what is that 7, no? Line 7, 2A. So up to Dahisar, the builders are selling their properties on the strength of the metro station coming close by. 5 minute ka rasta hai, 10 minute mein you can walk it up to the station. And this is the greatest impact I feel which has created. One of the very important point which I need to convey, because I'm talking not about the statistics or anything else. Number two is the response which I had collected over the years from the women commuters. There have been very conservative senior citizen, etc., from who are living in Ghatkopar. They are very happy. They can easily travel to Versova. They can easily travel to Andheri, which was otherwise would have been a very great difficult. So, like in the women working class, and I think it has been a great impact, and the comfortable travel has been a boon. And we see that when you say impact, you can only think about cities like Delhi, Bangalore, where it has really become a kind of a way of life. You know where you can come, park the car and jump into Indiranagar station, you can go to Majestic, or you can go from here to so to achieve that kind of thing, we will take time. So maybe due to so many technical and operational problems, the Bombay Metro is going very slow. However, so when you have to think, maybe 4 or 5 lines have come up, then maybe the time to really assess the impact the metro is making onto the common man. Okay, now, the last year we had at the Traffic Infratech Expo, we organized a special session on the multimodal integration in respect to metro. So we had the metro MDs of, from Uttar Pradesh and from Lucknow he came, and from Bangalore they all come. And there, one topic which we discussed was, how are you making parking as part of the integration? You only talk about, say, feeder buses, bicycles, footpath and everything. Parking is completely left out of the part of the, even ticketing is part of the integration. Parking was never introduced. But I can understand in Delhi you have got lot of parking space. They are, in Pune and everywhere. Parking is taken that you come, there's a big parking space created. You park your car, jump into the metro and go. But due to land problem in Mumbai, car parking, I think, cannot be developed as easily as you can do it in Delhi or in Pune or elsewhere or in Lucknow, wherever it is. But one thing you can do is that if, as you said, you have a transit facility from suburban rail to the metro rail, then most of the suburban trains, as per the railway development plan which the central government is doing, there are a lot of parking space being developed for car parking. So maybe the suggestion coming from other people I'm saying, it's not that you could park your car in the suburban parking space, and then if there's an efficient transit system, which will, with a short while, you can jump into metro and go to the place where suburban connectivity is not there. So that is one thing which we could look into to make real impact. What I'm trying to say is that we are trying to look at things which will create more impact and which will be more useful to the commuters. Another thing which we have not discussed anywhere is that when you talk about last mile connectivity, which also was discussed in our Delhi session, is that how are you going to provide parking facility for the, and I know that cycle tracks are going to be made in Mumbai, in Eastern Express Highway and in Western Express Highway. Are we also providing footpaths and cycle paths to reach to the metro station? If so, are we giving any parking facility for the bicycles? The another thing is, are we going to give see, most of these last mile connectivity bikes are EV, electric vehicles. Are we going to give EV charging facility in metro station? You come, you park it there, and maybe you only want to travel for 2-3 hours. Are you giving the facility for them to put it in that facility and go and come back, and your vehicle is charged? So maybe, I don't know whether these points are valid. The electric vehicle charging, the parking facility, and also apart from foot overbridge, what are the kind of jumping, shifting from one mode, to jumping from linking road to coming to SV road and to Western Express Highway, and what are the, if you could, one could spell it out, how exactly, if I am living in Western Express Highway and if I want to go to the linking road connection, what are the various ways of connecting it. So I know the feeder buses are doing a very good job from the station, from the suburban station very well. That will also be, I think, will be connected to the metro station. Then another point which I was jotted down was, one second. Put over. Yeah, how are we going to, when you talked about land development, which Mr. Shetty was saying, that the station, the facility, for example, suburban facility, I'm not talking about real estate development, the land development by MMRDA near the station. Are you going to plan in a very vertical manner or in a, vertically, then what are the facilities will be avoided and how, facilities will be given, and how is that you have, as you will say in many of the places, you can get down at the metro station and there is a link straight to the malls getting connected to the station. So there are many mall developers are kind of willing to join hands, and they said that this is what we are looking at it. How can our malls be connected to the metro stations? So this will give that they come down, and then is there any way they can create a kind of a underground link or a kind of a fetover which directly going into the malls, and from the malls they can come out. And then another, I think Mr. Pierre was mentioning about how multi-exit option can be included in this. You can't have, like in the New York and all, when you say exit, there's so many exits we cannot do, but can we have multi-exit, which in the future, can it be planned? So these are, I have got more points, but I want to hear others and then come back to that. Thank you.
Hello. The Metro Line 2A and 7, of course, it is going to be commissioned just days away. Maybe within this month, we are trying our best to open that. So, as a part of the commissioning of the metro lines, we are also keeping the infrastructure for multimodal integration. So this multimodal integration, we have 30 stations for Metro Line 2A and 7. So this infrastructure also we are getting it ready when the commercial operation starts. So the basic components of the multimodal integration is the wider footpaths. Then we have providing the street furniture. We are providing the bus bays. Then we have bus bays for non-motorized transport. Also, we are encouraging by giving some space for the Yulu cycles so that some stands can be made, and wherever the wider footpaths are there, some cycle tracks are also being planned, and in the footpaths, the bollards are also being installed to discourage two-wheelers entering into the footpaths, and ramp for the properties also we are giving, and good signages, street light. So all these things are being provided at the metro stations. So to the knowledge of the public, from the center line of the metro station, roughly 250 meter, we are considering this infrastructure, and the approximate cost what we are spending per metro stations is about 12 crores per stations. So 360 crores being spent for the multimodal integration for the Metro Line 2A and 7 for 30 stations. So this is for the knowledge of the public. And in the Metro Line 7, if you see, part of it is also being commissioned. The alignment is on the west side of the Western Expressway. So to come to the eastern side of the Western Expressway, it is very dangerous to cross the live roads. So we have planned some 14 FOBs, out of which 10 FOBs are already under constructions. We already awarded the work, and in a span of say 3 months or 4 months, we are going to construct the footover bridges which are directly connected to the concourse of the metro stations. So that work is already under progress, and it will be, we are trying our best to complete it, but of course it may not be ready when we part commissioning it, but it will take some more time. In the phase 2 commissioning of the metro line 2 and 7, we may try our best to complete these footover bridges. Like this, there are a lot of advantages of this multimodal integration, because this will enhance the ridership for the commuters, and that proper dispersal of the commuters by this arrangement we are doing. So like that, for all other metro lines also, we are planning to do this type of the multimodal integrations. We have already appointed for preparation of these plans for other metro lines like Metro Line 4, 4A, then we have also appointed consultant for 7A and 9, and we are in the process of appointment for Metro Line 6, and Metro Line 5, we are floating the tender for appointment of consultant shortly. So like this, Mmrda is taking a lot of initiative for the multimodal integration. This is what I wanted to tell for this audience. Thank you.
So thank you. I think the wonderful presentation has been made by Mr. Shetty, gave a complete overview of what is going to come in the years, and also excellent points raised by Ms. Chandran, especially from the perspective of the citizens, especially one, and then Mr. Devru, of course, answered most of the requirements. Looks like Mmrda has already done many of the things. So just I would like to add, because this particular session is about a couple of minutes, impact of metro rail in western suburbs. So definitely, right now, of course, if you look at our suburban travel, there is a lot of crush loading, super dense crush load. In fact, the World Bank, when they were talking about MUTP, all those projects, they actually coined this word. There is nothing like a phrase like super dense crush load. We used to have transport planners used to talk about crush load, that's all. Maybe dense crush load. But looking at the kind of density inside, crowding inside our suburban trains, the appropriate phrase for that is super dense crush load, which went up to 15 passengers per square meter, because there is bonus floor that is created by hanging people outside. So because of that, it has become possible. But of course, now there is a lot of improvement that has happened because of various interventions on those. But one impact of this metro system is also to give a comfortable travel. Then it is going to be, even in suburban, the kind of crush load that we are seeing, we no longer may use that phrase super dense crush load. We may only talk about crush load, or at the most dense crush load. Maybe 8 passengers per square meter, which is generally acceptable. Now that is one thing which is going to happen. Another thing, when we actually started this planning, we wanted to develop a mode choice model. Obviously, how many people are going to use metro, that is one aspect, is shifting from other modes, especially from suburban. Now unless you actually take care of this crowding inside, so that is one factor which needs to be considered. When we looked at the international literature, nobody has actually used this kind of attribute, which is crowding inside suburban trains, which we have coined it as comfort factor, and we actually put it under a qualitative scale of 1 to 5. 5 is actually the super dense crush load, which is existing. That is discomfort. So only after that people started moving. In our model is showing that people will shift from suburban to metro, because suburban is also a fast system. There is not much travel time gain people are going to get, but at the same time the fare also is very low, but of course they spend a lot of money in access and egress. So that is one point, that is a great impact that metro system is going to make. So people are actually give value to that comfort. Another thing that when we are reviewing all these DPRs, some of the DPRs were very conservative. So I think Ms. Shetty talked about the benefits, economic benefits. So majorly there is travel time, there is savings in operation cost, there is also the pollution reduction that has to be quantified. But there are some subjectivities there in quantifying all of them. So some DPRs have reported EARR of only about 18%. But when we actually worked out, the way we work out is, I think in the morning, in the previous session, somebody has asked me about generalized cost. So the savings in generalized cost should be used in order to work out that economic benefits. So if you use that concept, when we use that concept, the EARRs again almost doubled actually. So that is another great impact this metro is going to bring. The economic benefits that is going to bring are enormous actually. In fact, some of them are under-reported as far as the DPRs are concerned. Now another important example I would like to give, so because we were asked to find out some solution for that GMLR which BMC, MCGM is implementing. So when it crosses that is Goregaon Mulund Link Road, which is going Sanjay Gandhi National Park as under a tunnel below that. So when it comes out, it has to cross also the Western Express Highway. Now then they were thinking that this particular high-speed road joins Western Express Highway. There they have to do so many things. There is already a metro line. Then they came to us that please tell us what are the options that we can take care of, so that they are thinking of some super interchange, this, that, everything. Then we actually superimposed the entire metro network. Then we found that once the metro network is in operation, because a lot of people, private vehicles will shift to the metro. So in view of that, it is only some kind of traffic management schemes that are to be implemented at this junction, and nothing else to be done. Otherwise, they were thinking of doing so many things. So it actually saved a lot of investment because of the metro. There is a lot of shift that is going to happen. Another thing that is great advantage that it is going to give is, as a transport planner, we always worry about achieving equity. Now equity means, suppose if somebody comes and tells you that only this link is congested, I need to improve the road network. So if you improve the road network, who are getting benefited? Only the car users and two-wheeler users. Now what about those faithful people belonging to little bit low income, and then ceremoniously they use every day the public transport? Are you benefiting them? Definitely not. In fact, you are imposing the costs on them, because our two-wheelers and cars that throw more pollutants on them, their health costs will increase. So this is what actually the equity is. The metro is going to achieve that equity, because the fares will be anyway affordable. We talked about so many spillover effects. We are going to anyway put them at a lower level. In fact, recently I went to, for our GATE examination, I went to one of the colleges in Thane, that is A.M. Shah Institute of Technology. And in front of that on Godabandar Road, so that line 4, that extended one is getting constructed. They are so happy, because nowadays you know that engineering institutions, they are also competing and there are so many seats vacant. So in fact, they were telling me once this metro comes, our accessibility increases and we'll be able to fill up all our seats. Okay, so with that, I think anecdote I'll close. Definitely there are huge positive impacts. Nobody can doubt about the positive impacts that the metro is going to bring about. In fact, all the reports actually have underreported the kind of positive impacts the metro network is going to bring about. That's all from me. Thank you.
शेट्टी सरांना सविस्तर प्रेझेंटेशन दिल्याबद्दल धन्यवाद, आणि सर्व पॅनल मेंबर्सचे सुद्धा आभार. आता याबद्दल तुम्हाला काही प्रश्न विचारायचे असतील किंवा आपली मतं व्यक्त करायची असतील, काही मार्गदर्शक सूचना मांडायच्या असतील तर तुम्ही प्लीज मांडू शकता. कोणाला काही प्रश्न आहेत असं दिसत नाही आहे, तर आपण आता लंचसाठी विश्रांती घेणार आहोत. जेवणाची व्यवस्था बाहेरील बाजूस पोडियममध्ये केलेली आहे. कृपया आपण सर्वांनी त्याचा आस्वाद घ्यावा आणि पुन्हा सभागृहामध्ये पुढील सेशनसाठी 2:30 पावणे 3 वाजताच्या आसपास उपस्थित राहावे ही विनंती. धन्यवाद. सर्व पॅनल मेंबर्सचे मनापासून पुन्हा एकदा आभार. थँक्यू सो मच. सर हां सगळ्या शेवटी हां बोला येस पुढील सेशन हे वर्किंग ग्रुप डिस्कशन सेशन असणार आहे. सोनल जोरा दिसत नाही. जोराला कॉल करतेस हां ती आता दिसत नाही आता दिसत नाही.
अरे इथेच पाठवून बसले नाही तर या उभारले
हां
त्याच्या पाठीमागेच आहे तो अनाऊन्स कर तिघं पण आहेत मी तिघांशी पण बोलून घेतलेला आहे बरं सर आहे तिथे पाठीमागे अभय कंटक सर पण आहे.
ओके सर वाट बघायचं का सुरू करायचं
नाही सर सांगतील.
To we finish the session before 3 o'clock?
No, how can it be possible?
In 2 minutes, 5 minutes. We'll stop.
त्याच्यानंतर पुन्हा आपण कंटिन्यू करू ना डिस्कशन. मला दिसली
नाही तुम्ही कॉल केल्यावर मग डायरेक्टला बोलवणार
नाही मी सुरुवातीला हे वाचणार सगळं मग त्यांना बोलवणार मग सापली मिळायची विनंती करणार मग सेशन सुरू होणार तेवढं 3 वाजतील 3 वाजता सर ऑनलाईन येणार आहेत ना समोर. अभय घंटकचा नंबर कोणाजवळ
हे आहेत ना पुढे
नाही ते तर ह्याच्यातले ना सर
त्याच्या पाठीमागे
ENY हां दोघंही आहेत. तिकडे चालणार सापडून
आताचं सेशन हे वर्किंग ग्रुप डिस्कशन सेशन असणार आहे. मेट्रो स्थानकांवरील प्रवेश आणि निकास सुलभ करण्यासाठी प्राधिकरणाने मेट्रो मार्ग 2 आणि 7 यांच्या मेट्रो स्थानकांवर बहुवाहतूक परिवहन एकत्रीकरण म्हणजेच मल्टीमॉडल इंटिग्रेशनची योजना तयार केली आहे. याच्यामध्ये मेट्रो स्थानकांमधील ॲक्सेसिबिलिटी तसेच लास्ट माईल कनेक्टिव्हिटी सेवा इत्यादी सेवा उपलब्ध करण्याचा प्रयत्न केलेला आहे. वाहतूक सुविधांसाठी निधी उभा करणे आणि तसेच परिवहन केंद्रित विकास म्हणजेच ट्रान्झिट ओरिएंटेड डेव्हलपमेंट याचाही अभ्यास प्राधिकरणाने हाती घेतलेला आहे आणि हा एक अभ्यासाचा मोठा विषय आहे. याविषयी सविस्तर चर्चा करण्यासाठी पुढील लास्ट माईल कनेक्टिव्हिटी, ट्रान्झिट ओरिएंटेड डेव्हलपमेंट, अर्बन ट्रान्सपोर्ट फंड तसेच इंटिग्रेटेड तिकिटिंग सिस्टीम या विषयावर प्रकाश टाकणारे हे आत्ताचे सेशन असणार आहे. त्याच्यासाठी ग्रुप डिस्कशनचे मॉडरेटर परिवहन व दळणवळण विभागाचे प्रमुख श्री देवरू सर मी यांना मंचावर येण्याची विनंती करते. बसून घ्या. याचबरोबर या डिस्कशनसाठी पुढील तज्ज्ञ मंडळींना मंचावर येण्याची विनंती करते. मिसेस झोरा मुथावाना, जनरल मॅनेजर IBI कन्सल्टिंग ग्रुप, मिस्टर अभय कंटक सर, डायरेक्टर क्रिसिल, अँड मिस्टर विवेक ओग्रा, ट्रान्सपोर्ट कन्सल्टंट, अर्नेस्ट अँड यंग. आता मी परिवहन व दळणवळण विभागाचे प्रमुख श्री देवरू सर यांना डिस्कशनसाठी मंचावर आलेल्या तज्ज्ञांचे सॅपलिंग्स देऊन स्वागत करण्याची विनंती करते. वेलकम सर. वेलकम मॅम. वेलकम सर. आता मी परिवहन व दळणवळण विभागाचे वरिष्ठ सांख्यिकी अधिकारी श्री दिलीप कुंडे सर यांना देवरू सर यांचे सॅपलिंग देऊन स्वागत करण्याची विनंती करते. आता मी देवरू सर यांना सेशन स्टार्ट करण्याची विनंती करते.
Welcome back to the lunch session. So in this session, working group discussion, we are throwing some light on last mile connectivity, transit oriented development, urban transport fund and integrated ticketing system. So as I told you, Mmrda has prepared the Mumbai Metro Master Plan of 337 kilometers, out of which almost 180 kilometers of metros are under construction, and remaining are in the planning and planning stage. As a part of last mile connectivity, as I told you, we are already implementing the multimodal integration, and which includes, as I told you, the vital components like wider footpath, street furniture. We are providing bus base, CCTV surveillance, landscape and bollards, ramp for property entrance, signages, street light and cycle track. So for all the metro lines, we are planning to implement this multimodal integration. So right now this metro line 2 and 7, we are implementing the metro line station, the multimodal integration, and that will be over when the COD for this 2A and 7 starts. So as I told you, the approximate cost of the each multimodal integration components for 250 meter around the station is around 12 crores per stations. So roughly around 360 crores is being spent for multimodal integration of the metro line stations 2A and 7. And as a part of direct connectivity, we are also constructing the footover bridges. So 10 footover bridges which are already in the construction across the metro line 7, which is crossing the Western Express Highway. And also Mmrda has devised the policy that if any private developer wants to connect directly to the unpaid area of the metro stations, we are allowing. and we are giving NOCs, and some builders have come forward, and some 2-3 NOCs like in orbit, then Oberoi, so we have given, and that work also has begun, particularly Oberoi. So, and we are open to other lines also when any private developer, malls, they want to connect direct connectivity to the unpaid area of the metro station. So, we are allowing them, and provided that they will be constructing by their own cost, and supervision charges, they'll have to pay 6% to MMRDA. So, MMRDA by their PMCs will be supervising that work. And as far as the government, when right of way is considered, the maintenance will be done by MMRDA, and inside their premises, they have to future maintain their foot-over bridges. So for other metro lines also, we are planning to appoint consultants, and consultants are already in place for metro line 7A and 9. Then we have 4 and 4A, and we are in the advanced stage of appointing consultant for line 6, and we will shortly floating a tender for line 5. So like this, we are doing the Multimode integration. So joining with me, the my esteemed panelists are there. So in order to, you see, execute the metro projects, we require funds, you know. So Mr. Abhay Kantak from CRISIL will be talking on how to generate resources for MMRDA. So Mr. Abhay Kantak will throw light on the resource funding for the how to generate the funds for completion of these mega infrastructure projects. So next panelist is Zohra Mutwana. So she is from IBI group, and we have appointed a consultant for preparation of TOD plans for Metro Line 7. They have completed that study for the Metro Line 7 TOD. So she will throw light on the TOD of the Metro Line 7. Then we come across one integrated ticketing system. So Mr. Vivek Bogra was originally on PwC, and now he is in E&Y. So he is exhaustively involved in the preparation of the tender documents for the banking partner and the mobile app. So we faced a lot of hurdles while floating this tender. For 3 unsuccessful attempts, we could not get an agency. So in the 4th attempt, we got the agencies. So he has extensive business consultation with the so many organizations. So ultimately, we are through with that tender, and we have appointed SBI as a banking partner for the Metro Line 7 and 2A, and we have appointed MNEX as the mobile app ticketing partner for the Metro Line 2A and 7. So this is, so he will share us the experience regarding that so much difficulties we faced for appointing these 2 agencies. So now I will request Mr. Abhay Kantak to throw some light on resource mobilization, which will help MMRDA in mobilizing the funds to do the infrastructure projects. Over to Mr. Abhay Kantak.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon to everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank MMRDA for inviting CRISIL to share its perspectives on the Urban Transport Fund. So as we all know that the transport projects, particularly metro projects, are very capital intensive, and you don't have adequate revenues to support their repayment of capital or the O&M costs. So basically, fare box revenues are not adequate to meet those expenses. So traditionally, transport projects have taken recourse to non-fare box revenues, and MMRDA is exploiting those revenues. This will be leasing of space at the stations, branding of stations, selling right of way along the lines that have been built, looking at depot for commercial development. So these are the non-conventional sources of revenue that MMRDA is tapping into for creation of the Urban Transport Fund. So that is one aspect of the fund.
The other aspect of it is the idea of land value capture. So what does land value capture mean? Basically, when the government invests significantly on infrastructure investments, there are improvement in infrastructure, improvement in services, improvement in access, because of which there is a gain in property values. So the property owner is seeing a gain in its value of his property without he or she contributing to that effort. So this is that gain that the government is legitimately trying to have a share of. And how do we tap into this gain? So this is the concept of land value capture, which is the idea behind creating this one more revenue source of urban transport fund for MMRDA. So one revenue source that has been tapped into is the stamp duty on real estate transactions in the MMR region. So earlier the stamp duty was 5%. The government identified one more revenue source or surcharge of 1% on the stamp duty, which was contributed to this urban transport fund. So that is one another revenue source that the urban transport fund has access to. The other is, because of this development, real estate activity is increasing, and the municipal bodies which are within those jurisdictions where the metro projects are operating, they are also benefiting from that investments. So there is the development charges that are paid to the municipal corporations within those jurisdictions. So you are doubling it and having 50% share to the urban transport fund. So this is one more source of revenue for the urban transport fund. So what the government of Maharashtra has done, and which is a very innovative aspect, is that if a transport project is defined as a vital urban transport project, then the participating local bodies or the local bodies within the jurisdiction where the metro project is passing, so they have to share part of their revenues with MMRDA. So these are mechanisms where the urban transport fund is getting developed. The other is FSI premium, that is also being shared, going to be shared with MMRDA. So that is the land-based revenue source. I talked about the leasing of commercial space, branding. So these are two sources of fund. There is a third source of fund that is being talked about. Finally, the investment in public transit is to also discourage use of private vehicles. And so there is a proposal, which is not implemented, that there will be a surcharge on the motor vehicle registrations when it happen. And that is the one revenue source that can come to this fund. It's not been just an idea or concept that we had floated, and that has been also estimated what kind of revenue potential is possible from that fund. That is one other source. The other source that has been talked about was profession tax. Now, every local authority in the country is allowed to charge a profession tax of up to 2,500 per a person employed in that jurisdiction. So if there are multiple authorities in that jurisdiction, every authority can put that tax. So that is also one revenue source that has been talked about, but it's not been implemented. So the idea that is going to behind the urban transport fund is all those entities, individuals benefiting from the better infrastructure and services in that region would contribute to that fund. So these are the three broad sources of revenues that we have been talking about the urban transport fund. As far as the status is concerned, the revenue from the stamp duty is something that has been collected. In the last 2 years, because of the pandemic, there is the stamp duty has been reduced. But once that normal situation prevails, this revenue source will also be available to MMRDA. Now, there are mechanisms that MMRDA and Government of Maharashtra will have to work on, how the development charges would need to come to the urban transport fund. One more aspect that I want to highlight is the urban transport fund is not just cannot be, should not be just for metro. It can be also used for other modes of transport also, like the city bus services also. So the idea here is that even a city bus services in in Mumbai, which were earlier subsidized through the fund of from the electricity charges, that is also an idea. And with this cross subsidy being taken away, so there is also the possibility that the urban transport fund will not just for metro but also city bus services in the future. This is a idea that the government will have to discuss and debate, how the urban transport funds are to be utilized. So these are the broad contours of the design of the urban transport fund and what sources have been tapped into for creation of this fund. It's a very innovative concept in India. No other city in the country has moved so far in creating this urban transport fund, and MMRDA seems to be leading the way, and I think it's the right way, and globally that's the way how land value capture can be integrated in creating this fund. With this, I will pause. I'll take questions when at the end of this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abhay Kantak, for elaborating on the urban transport fund, various resources that can be mobilized. So right now, MMRDA is seriously pursuing these development charges and stamp duty. And stamp duty, 1% rise in the stamp duty. So the due share has to come from the Government of Maharashtra is around 1300 crores, which is up to 31st March, 31st March 2020. After that, of course, the stamp duty collection has been stopped because of this COVID related issue. So we are in correspondence with the Urban Development Department to get the 1300 crores to MMRDA Urban Transport Fund, so which may come soon. So with this, because Honorable Environmental Minister is likely to address the session through VC at 3 o'clock. So this session we will time being pause for some time, and then again we'll resume after the address by the Honorable Environment Minister. I request Honorable MC Sir to come over the stage.
मी माननीय महानगर आयुक्त श्री SV श्रीनिवास सर यांना आजच्या कार्यक्रमाचे सन्माननीय अतिथी माननीय श्री आदित्यजी ठाकरे साहेब यांचे स्वागत करण्याची आणि आजच्या विषयासंदर्भात 2 शब्द बोलण्यासाठी येथे येण्याची विनंती करते.
Link.
Sir, 4 minutes, sir. For this group discussion, 3 subjects were there, sir. For this last mile connectivity, this transit-oriented development, and this urban transport fund, and this the integrated ticketing system. For this last mile connectivity, stakeholders' active participation for this effective implementation of the MMI was highlighted. The need of the presentation, further the preparation of the multimodal plans, inclusive in consultation with the coordination of the stakeholders was discussed. Further, this stakeholders coordination for the effective maintenance and ensuring the intended use of the MMI infrastructure was highlighted. Further, the public support is also needed for the active implementation. Further, the enforcement is also needed to restrict the encroachment in MMI plans. For summing up of this transit-oriented development plan, sir, oh, sir. Sir, previous. Sir. Yeah.
Sir, he will explain the morning session.
Sir.
Yes,
Sir.
1 minute.
So overall impact of the Metro Master Plan Mumbai, as well as the specific line 2A and 7 was discussed in the through presentation. On overall 337 kilometers, which is expected to complete in next 10 years, is going to create a major impact with respect to the travel patterns in Mumbai, as well as land use change in the land use change patterns also. 1.5 lakh crores worth of investments are happening, whereas the benefits due to savings in time, savings in vehicle operating cost will result in average 12,000 crores per year, which will be translated to 1.2 lakh crores, which means that a lot of the investment returns made by the Mmrda. That was the in summary. And specific lines, line 2A and line 7, will have a major effect on the north-south corridors in western suburbs. One is on Link Road, second is SV Road, and third is Western Express Highway. On Link Road, which is the metro line 2A is passing, 40% of traffic is expected to reduced, whereas on SV Road, 30% of the traffic is expected to reduce. On Western Expressway, 30% reduction in traffic expected. On western suburbs also, Western Suburban Railway, the assumptions were made with the transfer of especially first-class train passengers. 28% reduction in terms of PHPD and first-class suburban system. That was the summary discussed, sir. Sir.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us despite your busy schedule. And we all were eagerly waiting for you. And in the light of what is happening in Mumbai, various infrastructure projects at various stages, where you have really driven them, at least in the last 6 months I have seen, and before that as well. So we thought there should be some sort of taking a pause and look back at what we are doing and how different stakeholders should coordinate. So that's why we called this conference as Mumbai in Transit. And we had a couple of sessions in the morning, and those sessions were about basically about what impact
systems
the
can
metro
have on
systems
Mumbai
can
city,
have on Mumbai
particularly
city,
western suburbs.
particularly the western
Because,
suburbs.
sir, in western suburbs,
Because, sir, in western suburbs, where major lines are now going to, whenever they start, they are going to start. They are trying, they'll have a large number of different types of impacts, not only on the transport, but also redevelopment as well. And also different types of, even the way of living also, it might change. So we are trying to understand them and try to make it Mumbai future ready. Because otherwise, sir, will be only responding, not able to, not generally bothered about being anticipating the change, the impact of the changes that we are going to bring about. So that is one. And secondly, very important aspect is to get synergies among the different stakeholders, especially MCGM, which is actually with us through thick and thin, day and night. And also, of course, others like traffic police. And also, we have professors from IIT who are sitting here, right now. And also different, even the companies who are actually implementing the different systems. So that's what we are trying to understand in terms of urban form, in terms of land use, and in terms of transit. And Mumbai, sir, as we were saying, it is in transit. And I was just mentioning it can be in a transition, it can, somebody can call it transformation. Because down the line in 3-4 years, what we are going to see is something very substantial as one can just foresee. But we should be prepared for that change. So how to prepare for that change and how the stakeholders can come together and carry forward that change in a unified manner. That was the essence of this workshop, namely Mumbai in transit. And since you have a cabinet meeting, sir, will carry forward the discussion. At the moment, I would like to humbly request you to please address the gathering, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Srinivas sir, for inviting me to this beautiful August gathering for Mumbai in transit. I actually wanted to be physically present there. My apologies for not being able to make it in the morning. There were some pre-cabinet meetings and I was with DCM sir earlier. But what I see on stage briefly, and now this has changed, my screen has changed to me, but if I could see everyone, I see Hugh, I see Sonia ji, I see Govindra ji. I think it's one of the finest teams we have in terms of infrastructure that we have present on stage. And I'm sure we also have, some of the finest city planners, transport planners, sustainability planners in front of you. I think this sort of workshop is very, very crucial for a city like Mumbai and also many other cities across India. Because essentially what has happened is to become urbanized is a sort of a huge aspiration for most of Indian villages, Indian smaller towns, tier 2 cities. And that is where really what we count as urbanism or urbanization needs to be better defined. Now, obviously, MMRDA, having worked with you very, very closely in the last 2 years, being in the thick and thin of things, in terms of planning, in terms of hurdle mitigation, in terms of getting our work done, be it major infrastructure works or minor interventions. It is a beautiful organization, just like BMC, where you've got thousands of different people, talent, ideas, aspirations, innovations coming together. But what I see here is, this sort of a gathering. It should be sort of a monthly gathering. And Srinivas, I would request you that in today's discussion, whatever has been said, spoken, discussed, debated, ideated, I think we need to sort of document this as a discussion for today and henceforth in terms of going ahead. Maybe we could also have certain sessions in the next discussion that we have, not just of speakers, but also participants, giving them different roundtable discussion topics, and we could have something like a place where everyone discusses what can happen. Now, why is this sort of a discussion about Mumbai in transit or any other city in transit important for us? Like I said, for Maharashtra, which is almost 51% or 52% now urbanized, we're at the cusp of either going into a spiral, which is a downward spiral, or taking off, to a better place that we can for our own state, for our own people. Now, in the sense of when I say that, I look at the 43 cities of Maharashtra that we've committed to raise to zero. And obviously we have been making climate action plans, we have been making sustainability plans, we have been making urban design plans. And my interest in that. Every Wednesday I normally come over to your office and I trouble all the three of you on stage with different ideas, small interventions. There's many things that I keep bouncing at you. But the whole reason I'm doing that is because whenever I see around the world this aspiration of becoming a city. Now, what is a city really? What makes it a metropolis? What makes it a mega city? What makes it a basic urbanized city is something we need to define very, very clearly. In today's words views, any city or any place with a larger population is being counted as a city. Any place with a little more taller buildings than 3-story or 4-story are being counted as a city. Any place with more formal roads, which are either asphalt or concrete, are being counted as a city. But can we go beyond those definitions of a city? Can we look at better solid waste management? Can we look at better connectivity? Can we look at better healthcare system, education system, civic awareness, civic management? I went to cities like Nasik and Sambhajinagar and Kolhapur. Now, that is where we're working closely with think tanks like WRI, Bloomberg, C40, all of these people, because I think the time is apt right now to make necessary interventions to look at ease of doing business. And by ease of doing business, I don't mean the big business houses. I don't mean the manufacturing industry, the corporates. Ease of living is what I mean as ease of doing business. Our day-to-day business, our day-to-day work, ease of living as a concept, if it can be brought in to our cities, if we can define what really a city means. And for example, if you have to get into any alliance, for example, the European Union, there is a certain threshold of what you can, cross by and become a member of the EU. Likewise, to be counted as a city, to be counted as an urban space or an urban metropolis, we need to have certain barriers, thresholds, benchmarks, which you need to attain to be counted as a municipal corporation, apart from the population, apart from the size, and apart from the basics. If we can do that, I think that is where we'll be able to look at better interventions in terms of urbanism. Now, why in transit as a concept is very, very important. If you look at the history of all cities around the world, there are newer cities coming up. There are tier 2 cities that are being upgraded. There are tier 3 cities that are being upgraded. Smart cities are coming up, or rather being founded everywhere. Under the aegis of smart city, special purpose vehicles, we're actually trying to modernize some of our cities which are tier 2, tier 3. But there are also certain cities around the world, be it Paris, New York, London, Rome, Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata, many cities like this, which have existed for hundreds and some have existed for a couple of, say 1 or 2,000 years. And the reason why they exist is because they fulfill the basic needs of every human settlement. And those cities who couldn't fulfill the basic needs of every human settlement have eroded into the past. Then we have cities like Mohenjo-daro, or a couple of more cities that may have faced climate emergencies, that may have faced abandonment because you had either a flood or a drought or some mythical story that we have always read about. But then, why in transit is always needed? For every one of us, be it we as individuals, for corporate houses, for political parties, for governments, and likewise the cities, to be in transit is actually the best way to be. Because if you have to be relevant to the time, relevant to the requirement of the people, to be relevant and absolutely important for survival, is to be absolutely aligned with the needs of the time. If you look at any restaurant, if you look at any cafe, if you look at any big corporate house, if you look at any sporting event, their advertisement, their branding is always relevant to the generation that they're trying to appeal to. And therefore, Mumbai in transit is very, very important for us. Mumbai has over the years grown in its size, in its population, in its requirement, in its demand. It's changed its identity. It's moving ahead. The famous mantra in Mumbai is Pude Chala. If you get onto a BSC bus, they will say Pude Chala. I think Mumbai is always on the move. Mumbai is always in transit. Now, which way in transit do we go? Do we go forward or do we go backward? Is, I think, what we need to decide in terms of meeting when we meet with city planners, urban thinkers, design thinkers. Because finally, when we look at sustainability, when we look at ease of living, when we look at anything around us, two major sectors are very crucial for us, even as for us in terms of the environment department. One is, of course, energy department in terms of our carbon footprint, and of course, energy also means development, and the other is transport. Because energy and transport, communication, be it for logistics, be it for goods and services, be it for people, all of this, both these departments are very, very crucial for sustainability and development. Sustainable development can come through this itself. Now, this is where events like these, roundtables like these, think tanks, maybe an MMRD think tank with all of these people who are learned people in terms of their own professions, can actually come together and give us some guidance. Now, there will be multiple views in terms of how the land use should be, whether we need fixed concrete infrastructure as metro expanding even further than what we have today, or do we spend more on BST buses or double-decker buses? How do we create road networks? How do we actually align ourselves with the last mile connectivity? Now, a very interesting conversation, and I was having this conversation with Srinivas Sab also a couple of weeks ago, when I was discussing this with Mr. Shashi Verma, who is the Director of Transport for London for the last 19 years. He told me that, Aditya, look at this. If there's a concept called last mile connectivity, if a city actually needs a bus or a vehicle, even to move a last mile, maybe we're moving towards failure. The last mile should always be walkable for any individual who's getting off a metro or a railway or a bus stop, because if we don't have walkable cities, we're doomed to fail. If we don't have cities that do not have cycling tracks, we're doomed to fail. If we do not have cities where you don't have metros or buses or public transports, which are quality public transport, be it any type of public transport, we're supposed to fail. But if a citizen has the choice to get onto a metro or to an auto rickshaw or to a cab or to a BST bus or to his private vehicle, and be sure that he is not going to be a part of the problem, he's not going to be traffic, but is going to be rather the solution to it. He's going to be one individual moving around in a city like Mumbai easily without creating traffic. I think that is where the real solution will be. And that's where all our synergies of what we are discussing today, transit-oriented development, transit-oriented housing, how do you use the space around it, around where the development is happening. Now, what do we call development? What do we call sustainable development? I think this is where the definition is decided by all of you learned individuals in this August gathering. Once again, I'm really thankful to MMRDA that we are having this conference, and I believe that this is one of the first of the many more that we will have, and we probably could have breakout caucuses where individuals or learned people, professors, design thinkers, because we need artists to design cities, we need design thinkers to design cities, we need healthcare individuals to design cities, we need educationists to design cities. Beyond everything, in a world that is governed by artificial intelligence, in a world that is governed by technology, we still do need the human touch, feel, sensitivity and care in a city. Otherwise, cities will become faceless and without a heart. I think if we have to keep the warmth of a city, we need to cater to the feelings of individuals, and that is where experts, design thinkers will come in. Thank you to MMRD for organizing this, and I hope to be a part of this very soon again, and to interact with all of you individually. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra, Vande Mataram.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable suggestion, especially the design thinking part. Because generally design thinking, we always talk about digital sense, but in the sense of hard knocks, having a design thinking is definitely called for. And sir, in fact, the next more than an hour, we will be spending on precisely the points you have raised, because it was all in terms of panel discussions. It was not a one-to-one lectures today. We had kept panel discussions. And the topics are of very great interest to you as well. In fact, you had suggested them. One is last mile connectivity is the first topic next, followed by transit-oriented development, because as we go along, the entire land use might change. So how to take advantage of that, how MCGM and MMRD can take advantage of that. That is the next topic. And then urban transport fund, because for these projects we keep on spending, but there should be a special ring fence fund. That was a long felt need. And finally, of course, integrated ticketing for seamless travel. That's what you are hinting at, and mentioned it specifically as well. So these topics will be covering in the next 1.5 hours. And definitely, sir, you did mention about the urban aspects you discussed with Mr. Verma in London, and we'll be definitely working on that in terms of walkable cities, walkable neighborhoods, and livable neighborhoods. And the target of MMRD and MCGM together will definitely, under your leadership, under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister, will be, of course, having a city which is more livable and towards targeting towards ease of living. And thank you very much, sir, and we are grateful to you for your lecture. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, thank you, sir. And we will have the next session continuing. Thank you.
मी पॅनल डिस्कशन्सच्या चारही मेंबर्सना पुन्हा मंचावर येण्याची विनंती करते. मिसेस झोरा मुतावाना, General Manager, IBI Consulting Group, Mr. Abhay Kantak, Director, CRISIL, and Mr. Vivek Ogra, Transport Consultant, ENY. And we will resume this session.
That MMRDA is doing for the multimodal integration for 30 metro stations. So after that, we had a talk with Shri Abhay Kantak, he is Director CRISIL. As I told you, to implement these various infrastructure projects, we need funds. So he has thrown light on the various resource mobilization and concentrated on the development charges and stamp duty part. And also various other sources of fund also can be generated, like branding of stations, professional tax, tax on fuel. So all these things can be implemented for generating the funds for that. So next we will have a esteemed speaker, Zora Mutabana. She is General Manager, IBI Consulting Group. So MMRDA has appointed them as a consultant for the preparation of the TOD plans for Metro Line 7, and they have done the exhaustive study. And now I request Mrs. Zohara to throw some light on the transit-oriented development for Metro Lines.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Actually, I'm very happy and excited that TOD has been such a big part of our discussion today. TOD is basically has been a paradigm change in planning since the last 10 years, which has actually got initiated with the National Urban Transport, the policy that came out by the national government. And through that, there was a lot of focus on sustainable transport modes and accessibility, and focus on pedestrian and cycling and sustainable modes. And it was found that the way planning was happening in our cities was basically driving us towards a car-oriented kind of a future, where we were relying too much on private vehicles. The transit-oriented development focus, actually through the National Transit-Oriented Development Policy, has also been to create all the specific components required to enable that modal shift from people wanting to use a private vehicle to actually choosing to use a public transport system. And when a city is investing so much on metro as Mumbai is, then it is inevitable that we need to think of transit-oriented development as well. However, historically, we must all admit that Mumbai was a transit-oriented kind of a city already in the 1990s. We did not need a private vehicle to access opportunities. And that is where the distinction is. By access opportunities, I mean access to healthcare, access to education, and access to opportunities for a livelihood. We had that access through our BST system and a suburban rail system. The population grew to that extent that the suburban system and the BST system could not handle that kind of load. People moved to the private vehicle. Private vehicles started congesting our roads. BST became slower. And that entire cycle happened where we all moved towards the private vehicle. Not all, but the move is still happening. And the challenge now for the TOD plan is to actually create that move back. And TOD can make that happen at two scales. One is at a regional scale, which again MMRD has the ability to do, to define a city growth strategy. So let's not look at it only in terms of the station area scale and the TOD zone, but if you look at it at the city scale, then we can actually inform and ensure that the city grows, where we are also providing a public transport system, and it does not, and we ensure that we are conserving what needs to be conserved. So Mumbai, unlike any other city in India, has this national park that lies right in the middle of our city, and it lies only because the Western Railway and the Central Railway on the two sides. And the city has grown along the rail lines, and it has not encroached on the national park until the last decade or so, when the move to private vehicles have happened. But now we have the chance to ensure that we are able to conserve what needs to be conserved while growing and being able to address the demand that is happening in population growth through a transit-oriented growth strategy. That is at a MMR level. At the city level, however, what TOD can do is not necessarily increase density, because yes, there is a there is an understanding that TOD is about increasing density near stations. We already have densities. But it is about organizing ourselves in a way that we can walk to transit and that we do not need to rely on a, on an auto rickshaw or a vehicle that we come and park. We should be creating walkable nodes. And TOD is that opportunity where we can actually create that kind of urban transformation. So rather than looking at it only as a value capture mechanism, I really would like to, reiterate the need to look at it as an urban transformation opportunity. If we are able to also integrate planning along with regulations. The regulatory, I guess, base work has already happened. We have submitted a policy to the UDD as well, and hopefully that policy will come about. But once that policy also comes, it is going to be the private sector that is going to respond, and they are going to keep building. And yes, we'll be able to capture some value, but we will not be able to create true, correct transformation. We will not be able to create actual walkable, happy, connected, safe, vibrant, economically vital nodes unless we actually also take up that initiative to do some micro-level planning. The government of India actually through their budget has also insisted that we look at TOD along with TPS schemes, with local area planning schemes, where we are looking at that micro scale, where we create those connections, we create the street network that we require, we create the amenities, the open spaces, environmental kind of resilience, and together, those three elements, one is transportation, the second is infrastructure and placemaking, and the third is development. They all come together. Without that, we'll have what we call as transit adjacent kind of development, which is what has happened on line 1. Yes, there is growth, development has happened, and maybe we have increased our revenues in terms of premiums that we've sold there. However, that development is transit adjacent development. It's not oriented because we haven't complemented it with the infrastructure that we need to apply to it. So my, I guess my key point that I would like to put as a takeaway here is that this cannot end at just releasing a policy. If you want to implement TOD, it has to be at a planning level. From the planning, it has to go to a project level. And when that projects are implemented is when you will actually show the city that, such kind of transformation is possible. It has to be a very, an effort that MMRD leads from the front rather than waits for the market to respond. That's my.
Thank you, Zora Madam. So now that we are commissioning the Metro Line 2A and 7 few days away from now, there is substantial decrease in the ridership, the traffic on the Western Express Highway. And the speed of the vehicles also will increase, and travel time also expected to reduce. So there is ample chance now that we can think of TOD along the Metro Line 7. Now, the next topic of discussion is regarding the integrated ticketing system. So, MMRDA has taken the ambitious project of preparing the ITS, integrated ticketing system, for all the public transport operators. So the work started in 2017, where we appointed PwC as a consultant. So initial idea was all 14 public transport operators will have to be connected by the integrated ticketing system. That was the initial idea. So there was another issue regarding the account basis system, stored based system. So so there was a lot of difference of opinions among the BEST and Central Railway regarding the which mode has to be followed, whether it is a stored value or account based system. So the considerable amount of time has passed, and that plan could not materialize. So then the earlier commissioner took the idea that to these 14 public transport operators making an integrated ticketing system among seamless travel for all the 14, it is it's a very difficult task to start with. So let us first do for our MMRDA metro lines, and then slowly extend it to the other PTOs. So with this idea, again the tenders were floated, and for the metro lines which are being developed by the MMRDA. So initially, to start with, the line 2A and 7 are being considered as a pilot study. We have called that tender for the banking partner. So we had 3 unsuccessful attempts for getting the banking partner. In the 4th attempt, so we somehow managed to get the State Bank of India as a banking partner. So and then the mobile app also, it was like that. 3 unsuccessful attempts. So 4th attempt, we have able to zero it on the Amnex one agency, which came forward for the preparation of the mobile app, where which in mobile you can book the ticket, journey planner, etc. So that will be going to be a reality of the day, maybe in couple of months or so. So this laborious task of preparing this tender and extensive public consultation with the various organizations. So Mr. Vivek Ogra knows the complete history. So now I will request Ms. Vivek Ogra to throw some light on the how the journey we have came so far, and explain what are the benefits that we reap from it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. See, the point is like this. Mr. Devru mentioned the journey started in 2017. I think by 2017, 70% time has already lapsed. I was here in 2009. In 2009, in fact, we started this. I did not start, but work was already going on when I started, let me tell you. So we have to go back about 13 years back. So why I am mentioning this is, in your, whenever you are going to speak, please touch this point, because you see, we tried for 13 years, still doesn't happen. It is not that simple. If it is simple, that would have happened long back, right? Because we have multiple agencies, right? The issue is not about Amnex or SBI. That is irrelevant, actually. We should not even mention them in a conference. Question is, how to bring the institutions on board, which are working parallelly. They are not working at cross purposes, but they are working parallelly. And secondly, now my another question, just for because this is a workshop where thought process has to be, churning has to happen. So the question is, the last sentence that he uttered was about mentioning about at least start with our own things, right? So are we also adding to the clutter? See, that is another thing, right? Everybody wants to start, okay, let me do for me, myself. MMRC things for Metro Line 3 will have separate, right? I think they are going to have separate one, right? Huh? Yes? So they are going to have separate one, just for one line, right? And best will have BST is having its own, right? So everybody thinks, okay, let me start with my own. So are we going in the, what is that so-called prisoner's dilemma, no? We understand, no? Prisoner's dilemma. So we are all working at cross purpose. Ultimately, we come out with a suboptimal outcome. So is it going to happen? So if that is going to happen, what to do with it? I just thought you please address this for the larger gathering. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I think, thank you so much for that question, sir. It's most important question probably to be answered. A long pending due, how do we really do it right? So I'll kind of touch upon what is the genesis around technology in transit per se, and how would it really help in achieving the outcomes? Since morning, I think it has resonated very well with us. Multimodal integration is inevitable. Centered around people is inevitable. Unless technology relates to every person differently in the way they want it to be related to them, it is not relevant to them. I think that's very important. I think Honorable Minister also said design thinking. I think it's all about putting user at the center of this thinking and saying how is this technology transformation relevant to that particular user. We have a huge differentiated user base in this city, right from a fisherman getting onto the suburban rail, morning vegetable grocers, and then we have office goers and economically in the higher chain up. So how do we ensure that technology is running at parity for each one of this particular person? So the dilemma is, is there one silver bullet we could fire, or could we have something that is an evolution? We jokingly always tell ourselves that technology is in transit always because there's so much of disruption happening outside. It's very important to look at what that disruption means as a meaningful transition for us. So coming back to two initiatives which MMRD has taken, it really took a long time to get it to a stage where it could be implemented. One, the centerpiece of thinking was, can it be open enough for a different operator to get on board easily? So hence, we looked at closed loop versus open loop story. We really didn't dwell much on should it be portable somewhere else in some other city. That was not probably the consideration. Consideration was within the mode choices that we have in the city, can the technology coexist for everyone seamlessly? And hence, I think stored value and open loop was a logical choice because financial industry around us is capable enough to grow that ecosystem naturally because the financial institutions are growing on an everyday basis and they are linked to regulatory system, and hence the onus of technology change is on the financial institution versus the transport operator. That was I think in the last 13 years, what we have seen is that closed-ended technologies have always pushed us to failure because they are proprietary in nature, they are not nimble-footed, they don't look at the organizational change as a fundamental to the technology change. With technologies in the financial world coming in, their bread and butter is to remain relevant every day. And hence the technology and regulatory doesn't become our headache, it becomes a financial institution headache. So one problem solved. Second is portability. Now, if MMRD is issuing a card, will it naturally interop in, let's say, BEST or Suburban Rail? The answer is everybody is on open loop, it's a natural integration because we are not driving that integration, it is a financial framework which is driving that integration. Hence, the conversation will become easier because we're not talking about should I exchange key with you or should I not exchange key with you? What is the privacy concerns I have? Because all of those concerns are going to be taken care by the financial institution. So that's one side. Second is, are we really talking about physical integration, operational integration, or fair integration? Fair integration is the most difficult topic to really talk about because there the question is, who gets what is the legitimacy of the number of kilometers, base fare calculation, how do we distribute the base fare and all of that. I think that is something that we will have to navigate as we go along. We have to be more mature to be able to do that conversation. But at this stage, we should be able to provide seamless fares, which is a user is able to transparently touch and go and doesn't really bother about getting the tickets and knowing how much to pay. It's touch and go and you get paid and you're sorted out. I think that's the first step which MMRD has taken. That would probably be the right step for the future for this technology to become relevant in the ecosystem. Second was to ensure that how do we ensure that we are relating to everybody in the MMR region. As I said, there are multiple type of users that are in the system. There's a fisherman who has the lowest digital capability possible, and then there is an office goer who is all the time on Paytms and pay use of the world. Now, card to mobile application to maybe a virtual SIM application, which is going to be coming soon from NPCI, that is a natural progression for us now. Second very important conversation was, when you say card has to become relevant or digital payment has to become relevant, how is it fungible? Because cash is fungible. A person who is earning 10,000 rupees a month and spending 20% of that earning on transport every month, every single rupee spent is important. So cash in the pocket is something that they are always happy with because they can spend it anywhere. How do we make sure that this card and mobile app has access to those fungible points? If that happens, that is going to be probably the single most important thing where we will make it successful, and the digital transformation can happen meaningfully, because it has to become meaningful for that person. Cash to cash transfer, no cost applicable in terms of service consumption. But the moment we say cash to digital, there is cost applicable. There's a life cycle cost to it. Now that person who is spending in cash today sees this as a natural mind barrier. It may not be a very significant amount, but there is a barrier, because cash in the pocket, I can spend somewhere, anywhere, there is no cost to the spending, but cash on the card suddenly starts looking at there is a transaction cost to it, and there is a fungibility issue. So, so as part of the development program of the mobile app, what was, we had extensive leadership support from Sonia Madam. We had hours and hours of discussion on this. Is it a simple mobile app? For example, if we look at MRVC app today, all you can do is buy a ticket, and you can do nothing more than that. Now, for that poor person, that is not good enough value. But the moment we start adding universe around this whole digital platform, which is where the value capture can happen from that particular user perspective. So, on the train station, on the metro station, the establishments around the metro, grocery stores, can it start becoming a default card which has a benefit? Second, these people who are economically weaker, one of the most important thing could this platform create economic opportunity for them? For example, their need for microfinance. Most of these guys don't have a credit rate to them. So when they go for a small finance, they have to go to an informal segment and huge lending costs. If they start using this platform, and if we could create an opportunity of credit scores and link them to microfinance opportunities, that could be a fundamentally different way of looking at how we could link this digital transformation to everybody at different levels. And for everybody, there is something on this platform, hence the adoption. So we recently had a discussion at MRVC. They said we have mobile application, 11% adoption, it's not moving up. The simple answer was, you're not doing enough. So I think, they wanted a very candid answer, and we said, you're not doing enough, because mobile application alone is not enough today. Again, design thinking as to how this platform, card, mobile application, and eventually the virtual SIM can actually deliver for every kind of user in the value chain and deliver plus, plus, plus. I think that is going to be the most important area of discussion in terms of making it successful. And in the ecosystem, then it automatically thrives. Another thing which struck to me today was I could see all of MMRDA lines becoming central to the development and transit in this city. Now, they are sitting in middle of the whole development, and everything else is revolving. So if this digital platform can also become a central, pivotal platform for the region to adopt, I think that would be probably be the next step. With all of these inputs, I would say that can make it successful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vivek Okra, sir, for highlighting the issues connected with the ITS and how to make it more people-friendly. So now I request audience to pose any questions to the panel members regarding the last mile connectivity, TOD, UTF and ITS. The floor is open for any questions to the
Hi, good afternoon. This is Sham from Artist. Just addition to Sir's question, when we are thinking for the centralized ticketing system, that different operators on a one ticket might be, we can have a different services. For example, if I travel with the metro, on a same ticket I can go by the best, or again with some different option. This is only we are talking about the city. But if I'm coming from the Pune or some different states or some different city, in that case, last 2 years back when I was in Germany, So when I landed on my airport, I just took out my luggage. Immediately I went to the metro. I get down on another station. From there I got the same ticket I used for I all the way went to the different city. So can such kind of integration will be possible? As sir said, last 13 years working on it, but in city only we are not able to achieve this expertise. So how much time will you will expect for to integrate such kind of things? Whether it is possible or not?
Certainly. Let me elaborate on that. See, it's fundamentally what we have to look at is how do we create a marketplace? See, only if there is a marketplace concept, you will be able to allow ecosystem to play. So, for example, today we're talking about, so mobile app was conceived with the idea that Mmrda at the center, everybody else starts integrating and starts giving services. Now, the concept is, should we say integration as we go along, or should we say collaboration? And how do we ensure that every operator, whether it is a single vehicle operator or a multi-vehicle operator, can coexist in that platform? So it is very important to look at how do we create a marketplace on this platform for anybody else to be able to contribute. For example, auto rickshaw as a last mile. It's very important that I think since morning we've really gone deep on what are those important things in future. So first mile, last mile, undoubtedly most important, because the moment you have everything else built out, how do you ensure that you have seamless connectivity? Now, think in future, there are going to be these single vehicle operators. Electric mobility is becoming a reality. There would be single electric vehicle mobility operators who are operating only in 2-kilometer radius. How can I enable that person to become part of this platform? So if we create a marketplace, and then everybody automatically gets attached to it, technically speaking, it is quite easy to do today, because one of the concept, like nationally we've done ONDC, which is on the same concept, that there's a marketplace and everybody gets attached to a marketplace, and either you're a buyer or you're a seller. Similar thing we have to do here. Then you are actually blurring the lines, who is the owner. End of the day, it is the service that becomes paramount. So I think that's the way we should, that's how it can be solved very clearly, because marketplace is the only way to solve this problem. Second thing, even today, if you don't have a card, you can still, after the app is launched, you can have the app and travel. It's going to be easy as that. App is also enabled. In fact, the services that are supposed to be enabled on the app is lot outside of network, which is retail, which is other operators, Ola, Uber, taxi, auto rickshaw, all of those guys are supposed to be coming onto this platform. So I think, it's a marketplace which will solve the problem eventually. Hope that answers.
Any other questions?
Working on this multimodal integration in line 1. Myself and Vijay Lakshmi and Devru was SE and a couple of others. So that time the idea was line 1 is coming, so how to shift the best bus stands, what we have done, what we are trying to do now for 2A and 7. We mapped the area and extensive discussions with BEST. But to what extent it is working, it remains to be actually tabulated. I think TNC should do a study on this as to what much has happened and what are the lacuna there. Because it is the AGLR, no? Line 1 is AGLR, right? Andheri Copper Link Road. And one of the lessons I learnt at least was that AGLR, we did not address the road itself. Actually, we were doing the stations, forgetting that the road itself has to be done up in a big way. If you see the AGLR, I don't know, some of you, the old timers must be knowing, they must be experiencing. And some places it is 4 lane, at some places it is 3 lane, some places it is half lane. So it is absolutely chaotic there. So naturally for buses to stop, it is next to impossible, because I think AGLR is one of the big roads in Mumbai which is the highest parking of the trucks. If you go right now also, you will see. neither traffic police nor otherwise also nothing could be done somehow. So we have to make it the road itself has to be perhaps addressed as along with MCGM. I think that is one of the lessons. But as far as line 1 is concerned, please, I request you to do a study, the TNC, and we can apply those lessons for this 2 and 7, for the lessons of line 1. And to what extent it is successful, I think that needs to be studied really. Yeah. And secondly, I think technology is going to play a big role as far as coming back to your presentation, your speech on integrated ticketing. So technology and market, both are going to play a big role. That is some substance of what you said. The point is, again, it's just a loud thinking. I'm not asking for any answers. But if you leave it to market and technology, how far it will go. But luckily, technology is now it has come. I think government has to, government meaning again, it's an amorphous entity. Different entities have to come together, different institutions like Central Railway, Western Railway. But they themselves don't communicate very easily, right? So we have to come out with, use the latest technology, which you rightly said is open loop. So, which is a very right decision and wise decision, and ensure that the others are also onboarded easily. So I think that's a very good idea. I think we'll work on that. Yeah, just as a remark, no questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panel members for those wonderful information, and also telling us about what are the issues here. Coming back to again, I think you rightly pointed out about the importance of this multimodal integration. Of course, one of them is how to address the last mile and the first mile. Just this is a comment actually based on the information that I have, because we are recently working on Hyderabad Metro for a private person who wants to maybe buy that system. So there, when we were examining, they built about 64 kilometers of metro network. And then on that metro network, it started with only 1 lakh riders per day. It just hardly moved to 1.5 lakh. Then they actually done a thorough study, and they found out that in Hyderabad, the two-wheeler share is huge. Unless they actually connect the two-wheeler to the metro station, it's not going to improve. So what they have done is they have requested the government there, and then they have been allowed to take out some portion of the carriageway for two-wheeler parking. And you don't believe, so 1.5 lakh has suddenly become close to 4 lakh. So that is the importance of that last mile connectivity. That's why in the morning also I was saying it is actually contributes to 20% of the demand estimation that you have made, unless you do this at least operational integration, fare integration. But you rightly said that fare integration, there are issues. But why not we actually think of at least integrating the fare of the public transport modes like BEST, Suburban and Metro. And Metro itself we have maybe Varso, Andheri, Ghatkopar as well as line 3. So all these, at least these public transport, I think to start with whatever mobile app that you are making, it should actually at least integrate the fares of these systems. I think at least these people should agree. If they don't agree, then what else we are, how can we think of 13 modes, all that? Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So one of the things I think the window of opportunity we have is the paid-to-paid interface that MMRD is going to do, that in itself can become a solution to be scaled. So I think that can scale up as a integrated fare mechanism. I think that probably can be the inflection point for fare mechanism, technology to be made available at parity to all other operators.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Somebody is there.
Good afternoon. I would like to know views of Ms. Zora on transit-oriented development regarding, she already said we don't need densification around stations. We already have a ample of density. So if we are not going to increase the FSI around the stations like usually we think of around TOD, then what is the alternative solution you are thinking of?
Hello. So I think this is a misconception that TOD is only adding density near the station. It is not adding density. I said it is reorganizing the amount of density. So if you look at the current urban structure that we have in our suburban stations, you'll see there's a station, then there is a vacuum. There has been no redevelopment that has happened near suburban stations for a very long time, because I think there is a limit of 30 meters up to which you cannot do any development. So there are buildings, commercial buildings that are lying vacant, that are not being able to redevelop, and there's nothing happening. They're very old buildings, and so they're just functioning as they are. Whether you take Bandra station or Andheri station or Dadar station or Borivali station, there are rows of buildings that are lying either vacant or underutilized or not in good shape, and all the commerce is happening on the streets because there is demand. There is a lot of retail demand. There is need for these mixed diversity of uses to happen. But our regulations are not allowing the density to grow there. And because of that, the density has grown away from the station. Because the density grows away from the station, the last mile needs increase. You need more buses to ply. You need more auto rickshaws to ply. And that again increases the demand on the road, kind of the system that we're making, and other ancillary transport systems. Rather than that, if instead of growing that density farther away, if we find a way to actually attract more density right next to the station, so people can walk, and it can actually serve the demand that is existing. There is no lack of demand in Mumbai. The problem is just that regulations are not structured in a way that we are prioritizing and promoting density right close to the station. So usually what we do is we have these concentric circles, and this is what we have recommended as well, that there is an intense TOD zone and there is a larger catchment area. The catchment area is where you do the last mile connectivity and the feeder system connections and all of that. But that intense TOD zone, you make it a hyper walkable node, where you don't allow parking, you don't allow vehicles, you don't allow private vehicles, but you make it like into a very walkable zone, and that is where density can happen. So what happens, your overall FARs in a city may be the same, maybe one, but we have increased a density here and reduced the demand or the density demand somewhere else. But for that, you need the correct market tools to be able to incentivize the developers to come there. If you make it more expensive for developers to come and build near the station, then they will in fact not build there, they will build somewhere else. So there is a need for market tools, there is a need for planning, there is a need for very nuanced approach to TOD, which cannot happen at a generic scale, is what I'm saying, that we can't have one silver bullet that will create TOD for the whole city. You will need different approaches at different nodes, and you will need to figure out where I can grow the density a little bit, where there is space, because you also need to look at infrastructure capacity, whether I have the sewage capabilities, water supply capability, energy capability, only then I can grow. But beyond that, if you cannot grow, currently we have heard from developers in Mumbai all over that we can already go up to 8 FAR, 8 FSI and 15 FSI. So what else are you giving us? So we are not, our proposition cannot be FSI. Our proposition has to be something else. Our proposition has to be, we'll give you livable, walkable neighborhoods that become more attractive, that are close to transit, that have all the markets, the schools, the education, amenities, and all of that. That is what our TOD proposition has to be for Mumbai. I hope that answers it.
Any more questions? I thank Abhay Kantak sir and Zora Motabana, Vivek Ogra for giving valuable information on this TOD, UTF integrated ticketing system. So, kind permission, I end this working group discussion. Thank you.
विषयामधील सर्व तज्ज्ञ मंडळींचे मनपूर्वक आभार. आता आपण कार्यक्रमाच्या शेवटच्या टप्प्याकडे वळणार आहोत, म्हणजेच कन्क्लुडिंग रिमार्क्स. या कार्यक्रमासाठी उपस्थित राहिलेले मान्यवर व विषयामधील तज्ज्ञ मंडळी आपला अमूल्य असा वेळ काढून आपल्यामध्ये उपस्थित राहिले आहेत आणि त्यांनी आपल्याला अतिशय उपयुक्त असं मार्गदर्शन केलेलं आहे. त्यांच्याविषयी आभार प्रकट करण्यासाठी मी आणि कार्यक्रमाच्या समारोपापर 2 शब्द बोलण्यासाठी मी माननीय अतिरिक्त महानगर आयुक्त 1 डॉक्टर सोनिया सेठी मॅम यांना मंचावर आमंत्रित करते.
Respected MC sir, today has been a very, very useful session for all of us. I would like to congratulate the TNC team for getting very good speakers, and I think that certainly, sir, the remark you made in the morning that we should all pause and take stock of what we are doing and where we are going, I think it's been more than served today. Sir, I had actually taken down a few notes because you were not present here. So, sir, with your permission, I'd like to share some of the findings of the sessions in the morning. So, I think in the first session, when we talked about realizing metro rail potential, and I think it was a very timely discussion as we are all on the, waiting for the commissioning. Sir, one point that came up again and again was that the percentage share of public transport in the last couple of decades has gone down from 88 to maybe 67%. And there was a lot of deliberation on that and how the upcoming metro lines had the potential of, reversing this trend. And, what could we do to see that this trend sort of, was reversed. And interestingly, sir, Professor Rao is present here, and he made some very interesting sort of, pointers as to how we had the potential to do that, in the sense, sir, that the experience of metro in the country has been different in different cities. But there was a list of pointers, that were highlighted, which could point towards, metro 2A7 being very viable and reversing this trend. And so some of the main points that were shared with the group were, I think, scientific planning. I think 60%, he said, there was a study made by, I think, Leo Associates. If metro is based on scientific planning, that's kind of more than taken care of, and that since we based it on the CTS 1 and 2, I think we're kind of home there. This part of the city, density is already established. The linear pattern of the city, the limited road length, are factors which will go in favor of making metro viable and very popular with people, and particularly in the western suburbs, talking about line 2A and 7. It was also pointed out, sir, that the decision to operate this through MMOCL, now it's a matter of an ideological debate, but at least we can say with some amount of satisfaction that it will not be greed-driven or revenue-driven, it will be service-driven. And to that extent, just raising revenue would not be the prime motive. And that also goes in favor of, our providing better service. It was also, of course, the last session deliberated more on this, but multimodal integration, I think you said 20% of it, of the viability, it's been studied sort of depends on multimodal integration, and I think in the last 1 hour, we've more than elaborated how we have taken care of that in our metro. Also, land use development, which I think is kind of catered to, and that was the remaining 20% that was talked about. And I think that is kind of taken care in the proposed TOD policy, which we have already submitted to Government of Maharashtra. And once that takes shape, perhaps the entire 100% of what makes metro viable, will be achieved. And I think we are on a very strong footing here. We also mentioned spillover effects of metro growth, and I was quite impressed to hear that our colleague, Mr. Shankar, is working on a research PhD or something on this subject, sir. And I think the spillover effects of metro growth were also sort of talked about here. We also, sir, took this opportunity to recollect and reminisce on the journey of creating this metro, the construction work, and all the challenges that were overcome, especially on the eve of commissioning line 2A and 7. Broadly speaking, we talked about the challenge of land availability, traffic management. Some of the things which probably did not come out very were not articulated too much. I think land availability, traffic was talked about more, but I would like to add here that in my experience, other than this, a lot of our time has also gone in managing utility shifting, in creating the right balance of infrastructure and environment by seeing that we cut minimum number of trees. So that was also a challenge. Of course, the last 2 years working in the pandemic was a huge challenge, and I can sort of remember all those very, very tough times where at least twice the metro projects, which had an average sort of labor presence of 10,000, at one point almost all the labor ran away. And we had to get the labor back from their states, and how the entire labor bottlenecks and also the supply chain bottlenecks had to be overcome. And I think, sir, that was one of the reasons why the pace of work had slowed down. And but I think we've all worked through very, very trying times. Of course, we also I'd like to mention here the entire, R&R issues, creating right-of-way, litigations involved, and of course, working with multiple agencies. Now coming to the more gratifying part, the positive part. In the second session, we talked about, the tangible benefits of metro. Of course, there are those general benefits of decongestion and reduction of CO2 emissions and all of that. But there was a kind of a statistical sort of capturing of, Mr. Sethi had done this. I probably don't know the tools used for this. I thought, after this session, I'll probably sit and discuss this more. But one slide also showed that, the estimated traffic reduction on Link Road would be 40%, on SV Road 30%, and on WH 21%. Sethi is here, I think, yeah. So I think maybe at some point in time, so we can sort of maybe just go deeper into the veracity of these percentages, since I think it's an excellent way to also communicate to the public that what would be the benefits of these two metro lines. So this was the second session. I think that kind of sums it up. So third session, of course, you were present personally, and we had some very good speakers talk about last mile connectivity and of course TOD and non-fare box revenue increase measures, which we are sort of negotiating with the government. Some, of course, there are policy sort of directives, but we are finding difficulty in getting implementation and release of funds. And some, of course, are in the more ideational stage. So overall, I think, sir, personally, I found this whole session very, very useful. And this whole day, I think, was very well spent. And I'm sure that all the members in the audience would agree with me. And, sir, I take this opportunity in thanking you personally for, being the brain behind this. And as Thackeray sir mentioned, I think we should have more of these sessions. It, I think, definitely sort of, makes us pause and think where we are going. And It's been very, very, very useful, sir, and I thank all the distinguished speakers who came and spoke to us. Most of them, we have worked with over the years, and they're friends. But thank you so much for coming and talking to us again. And with that, sir, I end my recapitulation of the day, and thank you once again, and Team TNC for organizing this wonderful thing. Thank you.
धन्यवाद मॅडम. आणि याचबरोबर मी माननीय महानगर आयुक्त यांच्या परवानगीने या कार्यशाळेची सांगता झाली असे जाहीर करते.